Buddy. Okay, I will be playing Omori for a little game review, and welcome everyone to my stream. I'm Nethier. I go by they them pronouns, and today I will be reviewing Omori by Omocat and her team. They've been developing this game for about 5 years now, and it's been finally released without any updates of whatsoever. Like, apparently there were even speculations that, oh, maybe this game isn't becoming real or whatever, despite having a Kickstarter. But it released last year, and to be honest, I'm really excited to be playing this just because, like, I've been waiting for this for 5 years. And for me personally, it's just like, wow, something a part of my childhood is now real. Omocat fulfilled her dream because this is the thing that she's been working on for so long. Even when there were just so many things happening in her life on social media, she actually refuses to be on social media now. She can't look at Twitter the same way, so I hope that she's in a much better place now. But I'm very excited to try out Omori. And yeah, let's go to the live room. Okay, so this is the game, Omori. Uh, Let me know if there's like any issues. Oh, and let me zoom in a bit so that you can see me a little bit more. There we go. There we go. Now you can see me properly. But let's go into this. And what I love about this game is that it's a RPG Maker game. I personally feel like it's very therapeutic for me, and it's just like something I always vibe with. Ooh, let me turn on the music because the music, this OST is really, really nice. That piano. It really sets this quiet, monotonous tone, especially with this drawing right here. Hi Yashika, welcome, welcome. How are you? Right now, I'm trying to adjust the overall sounding because as you can see, it's a bit on the loud side, for me at least. Oh, you've been finishing up a project? I hope the project's been going well. And yeah, now is chill time. Musical effects. Sound effects. Okay. How's the sound, by the way? Is it too loud or too quiet? Just let me know because I won't be starting the game until like the sound is good for you guys. I don't want to hurt your ears, so yeah. For now, the sound is good for me, so yeah. Okay, let me X. And then these are the controls: up, down, left, right. Z to confirm, cancel menu, run, shift. Okay, tag is A. I wonder what A does. Hmm, interesting. But let's go to the menu and let's start up Omari. Don't worry. Everything is going to be okay. Oh no. No matter what happens, promise me that we'll always be there for each other. Promise me. Ooh, that beginning was like, that's pretty dark. Okay. Welcome to White Space. Oh. Dude, you have been living here for as long as you can remember. The light bulb. Okay. Oh, it's a cat. I see a cat. Oh, can I approach the cat? Oh, tissues. A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Oh, oh dear. What's this? Your sketchbook. Take a look inside? Yes. Oh. Wonder what this face is. Ooh, a cat. Me, I'm at the center. A hat of sorts. Whoa. Oh dear. That's quite dark. Oh. Whoa. What do these drawings mean, I wonder? Okay, clearly it's something to do. A, B, C, D, F, G. Okay. Oh. I guess I've been sick. Is that a piece of meat? Okay, it ends there. Your sketchbook. No. Let's see. You booted up your laptop. What would you like to do? Stare at the screen. You stared at the screen. What would you like to do? Open your journal. Day blank. Today I spent time in white space. Everything was okay. Oh, everything was okay. Today I visited my friends. Today I spent time in white space. What exactly is white space? Okay. What would you like to do? Log off. The heat from the laptop warmed your lap. It felt nice. Oh, his name is Miwo. Waiting for something to happen. Oh, what? Huh? Something fell nearby. Oh, okay, I can move there. Meow. Okay. Whoa, what the? A white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? Do nothing. You stared at the door. Okay. What fell? A tissue box for wiping your sorrows away. Oh. Oh. Okay. I'm not locked within this box. Interesting. Okay, dear Yashika, hope you enjoyed the game. Haven't finished yet, but it's been a real interesting ride so far, lol. Oh, hey, Leo! Welcome. Right now I just started. A light bulb hangs from the ceiling, wherever it is. Look into the light bulb? Sure. Oh. It's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. Hmm. Oh, I can just follow it? Oh. Oh. Oh! What was that? Okay. Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. Okay. I feel like there's a clue in here. Do I just avoid the red stuff? Okay. Man, that cake is very sus. Okay. Oh. Let's try this. Don't follow me, hand! Ah! Ooh, a knife! Oh, whoa. Whoa. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that's my equip. Select two. Oh, yeah, East Funny Drink. Yeah, avoid the red hands. They take you back to the box. Okay, okay, gotcha. A shiny new knife. You can see your reflection in the blade. I really love the ambiance of the game. It really like emphasizes the exact white space and really plays with it too. Okay, skills, select two. Do I have skills? I have a sad poem. Inflict sad on a friend or foe, cost 5. Guard, acts first, reducing damage, taking for a turn. Okay. Oh, okay. You and now open the box. Okay. You booted up your laptop. I can just stare at the screen? Hmm. Open your journal. Okay, so my name's Omori, and so far everything has been the same. Hmm. Let's log off. The heat from the laptop warmed your lap. It felt nice. Meow, waiting for something to happen. Okay. Uh, a white door casts a faint shadow. What would you like to do? Open the door. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Huh. Oh. Hi, Omori. We were hoping that you'd come by soon. Yeah, it's a huge cat. Oh, her name's Aubrey. Wanna play cards with us? We were just about to start another game. Oh, whoops. Never mind. Oh man, what the heck, Aubrey? You must have all the cards. I was winning too. Hey there, Cal. There's no need to get angry. It's just a game after all. Don't give me that, hero. You only say that because you were losing. Hmm. Why is Cal always so mean to me? You know, the other day, that good-for-nothing stole my stuffed toy and hid it somewhere in this room. Why would he do something like that? He's so immature. I mean, what did I ever do to him? Oh, I know. Can you find my stuffed toy for me, Omori? Pretty please? Oh, quest. Yo, Omori, look at what I found the other day. It's a pet rock. Isn't he awesome? A tiny pet rock stares at you from inside Cal's pocket. Oh, it has the tiniest face. Yeah, oh, babies? Huh, okay. I'm gonna name him Hector. Okay, you do you. Hero, what's up, Omori? We've been waiting for you. Kel and Aubrey have been fighting a lot again. You'd think they'd get tired of it after a while, but they're both just so full of energy. So, oh, what the? Ah, that's a weird sound effect. Ah, TV. There's a movie on TV. Four boys are walking on railroad tracks. Oh, isn't that a Pokemon reference? Yeah, that's literally a Pokemon reference from, like, the OG Pokemon Yellow, Red, Blue, that stuff. Like, when you go on the TV in your room, I mean, in the living room, it'll actually have that same description. Ooh, a baseball and a baseball bat. Ooh. A fluffy pillow shaped like the head of a girl. Would you like to make toast? Sure. Oh, I made toast. A photo of someone familiar. Huh. A single bean on a plate. You got stuffed toy. Oh, it was in the watermelon. A tentacle is poking out of the ground. Well, that's strange. Okay. Is that? Could it be? Oh, the little dance. Aubrey snatched the stuffed toy from you. Hey, Cal! Look, it's my stuffed toy. What the heck? Where did you get that? Omori found it. Lucky for me, I've got some real friends. Serves you right, Cal. You should know better than to pick on others. But Aubrey started it. She was the one who was making fun of me for the mole on your... what? Oh, poor Cal. Aubrey. Fine. Hmm. Thank you, Omori. I knew I could count on you. You're the best. Hey, Omori. I'm glad that's all settled. Those two always seem to be bumping heads. Mari and Basil invited us for a picnic at the playground. Did you want to go see them? Sure. Alright, everyone. Let's go see Mari and Basil. Oh. Wee. Oh, oh. Oh, why is it sparkly? Do you want to play cards with your friends? Oh, I get to play cards? Oh. Hmm. Oh. A sock? A snake? Waiting for something to happen. Interesting. Going out, Omori? Here's your allowance for today. Ooh, the snake gives me money. Does your chat not allow cussing? Yeah, it doesn't allow cussing. I don't know if you noticed, but this game, long as like 20 plus hours of worth of content. Oh, that's awesome. But this is more of like a first impression within 4 hours. You got 50 clams. Okay, the currency is clams. Oh wait, is that a present? I forgot. A neatly wrapped present. Oh, I can't open it? A blender. Okay. Bye, cat. Omo cat. Oh! Oh! Oh. We come out of a hole in the ground. Oh yeah, fresh air at last. Gotta love that nature. Well, let's go. Wait, where's Aubrey? Hey, wait a sec. Help me, guys. I'm stuck. Oh no, Aubrey. Only if you say please. Cal, stop messing around and get me out of here. Okay, fine. Ooh. Took you long enough. Well, sorry, princess. Oh, what are on these sides? I'm curious, but I feel like the game is telling me to go this way. Let's go this way first. I really enjoyed the ambience. Oh! Oh. Aw, what cute creatures. Whoa. I have no idea what's gonna happen. How come everyone's so colorful and so black and white? Oh. Picnic! Mari! Basil! Oh. Oh, hello, Aubrey. Hello, everyone. How are you all doing today? Kel's being mean to me again. Oh no, not again. How could he? I'm not being mean. Aubrey's just being all whiny. Well, Kel, you just made a very convincing point. Now I don't know who to believe. Believe me. No, believe me. Oh jeez. Sigh. Settle down, you two. Why does it always have to be like this? Chin up, hero. Look at you, being all responsible. I really like that about you. Heh. Oh, come on, Mari. Not now. Oh, hero. You know I'm just teasing. You're so cute when you get all flustered. While we were waiting for you guys, Basil and I were going through his photo album. Did you want to join us? Of course. After all, we're the ones in the pictures, aren't we? Basil, get a load of this. Come on, Basil, take a picture of me. Sorry, Kel. I only take photos of people when they least expect it. Oh, Basil's design is very faded. You like to take photos of people acting naturally when they're not in front of a camera, right, Basil? Yeah. There's something special about everyone living their own lives. Those are the moments I want to capture. So, like, we just have to pretend you're not there? Haha. Yeah, I guess you can put it that way. Sure, I can do that. Did you want to show us your photo album now, Basil? Ah, okay. But it's nothing amazing. Oh, Basil, stop doubting yourself. I'm sure they'll be great. You're right, Aubrey. Sorry. I'll try to believe in myself more. Oh. Here. This way we can all see. Oh, that's so cute. Mari is teaching everyone how to make flower crowns. Omori and Kel are holding Mari's example. So pretty. Oh, that's so cute. Omori and Kel gave up and ran off, but Aubrey and I got the hang of it real fast. Oh, Omori's me on the left, Kel is on the right. Oh, Hero! Hero's still making his flower crown. It's taken him a little while, but he's getting it. You have to admire his persistence. Yeah, Basil is flower boy. Oh, Aubrey. Everyone's eating watermelons. So juicy. Aubrey has some seeds on her face. Maybe someone should tell her. Kel drinking a bottle of milk, his favorite. I shouldn't get too close or he might get my camera wet. Aww. Mari had Hiro take a picture of us. Everyone thinks a flower crown really suits me. Huh. Omori and Basil look so different from each other. Oh? Hiro leaning in for a smooch. Kel looks so annoyed. Ah, brotherly love. We're having a picnic today. Mari wanted to take a picture of everyone. Say cheese! After eating, everyone fell asleep, except Hiro and Mari. I'm getting kind of sleepy myself. Aww. Oh. Kel said he took a picture of himself on accident, but I don't believe him. Oh, feet! All of our feet in a circle. Can you guess whose feet are whose? No, but I think I know which one's Omori's. The one with the black socks. Okay, how do I escape? Oh. Okay, Q. Okay. These photos are all so charming, Basil. You really know how to capture the moment. Thanks. I didn't take all of them, though. Mari likes to steal my camera sometimes. Only sometimes. Hey, I have an idea. Did you all want to come hang out at my house? Oh, just press escape, okay. I just finished planting some little sprouts and wanted to show everyone. Come on, they're really cute. Yeah, sure, that sounds fun. Let's go. It's south of the playground, right? Yep, that's the way. Huh. I think I'll sit this one out. You all go on and enjoy yourselves. But if you're ever feeling weary, you can always stop by one of my picnics. I'll always have some refreshments ready. She sounds like the healer. And you can even save using my picnic basket. Okay, Mari. Okay. Aw, thanks, Mari. You're always doing so much for us. Bye, Mari. We'll see you again soon. Run along and have fun now. You know where to find me. She's like the mom of the group. Interesting. Ah, yes, some nutritious candy. Would you like to eat some? No. Okay, let's save first. Mari's picnic basket. Would you like to save? Yes. Okay, let's go. Huh, this one needs help. Hey, Omori. Oh, his name is Burley. Guess what? I got some plans today. Big plans. Just stay put for a while. You see what I mean soon enough. Okay. Alright, so the goal is to get to the south. Oh, hey, wait just 1 second. Where do y'all think you're going? You can't leave without joining us for a game of hide and seek. Stay and play with us. The more the merrier. You want to play hide and seek again? But you know how this turned out last time. Yeah, sorry, Burley. I think we're going to have to pass. We're going to Basil's house now, so we'll catch up with you later. Not so fast. You guys trying to avoid me again? What's up with you two? Is it my face? My rough and tough exterior? At least I'm not as bad as Boss. It's a good thing I banned him from the playground after what happened last time. Huh. I wonder what that moron is up to now. Good riddance. So, you want to play hide and seek, Basil? I can go either way. There's no rush to get to my house after all. I think I'll leave it up to Omori. What do you want to do? Omori, my best friend. I have a feeling I don't like Burley. Come on, you know how to play hide and seek, don't you? I'm gonna just say no just to see what happens. You don't know how to play hide and seek? What kind of kid are you anyway? That means you have to play with us. I'll explain the rules after I round up everyone. Oh man, I got stuck into it. 10 hut. Alright, maggots, here's the rules. We're going to be entertaining ourselves with a little game of hide and seek. Here in my hands, I got some straws, see? Everyone here's gotta pick a straw. The one with the shortest straw's gonna be it, and we'll have to find everyone else. Sounds easy enough, right? We all got our straws. Good. Yeah, Burley is very pushy. I don't like pushy people. Now, let's see who's gonna be it. Well. Looks like the one with the shortest straw is Omori. Oh wait, Omori is it? But Omori doesn't like to be alone. Are you going to be okay, Omori? I can take your place if you want. I don't mind, really. Oh, Basil's so sweet. Hey, I hear you plotting over there. The straws make the rules, not me. But you're the one who gave the straws. Come on, don't be babies. It ain't so bad. Omori will be fine. When you're ready to play, walk up to the tetherball pole and close your eyes. And no peeking, or else. Okay, I guess I'll go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Whoa, you found me! Now I can help you find everyone. Just don't tell Burley about this, got it? Okay. Well, I see someone here. Turns out there's not many places to hide for a guy my size. But this was still fun. As long as Burley is happy, I'm happy. Oh, Van, you're sweet! Oh. Nose goes. Shh. If you're too loud, they'll hear us. Nose goes, bun goes. Ah, be quiet, Nose. We're hiding, remember? Aha! We found you, Bun and Nose. Nose, they found us. Nose goes. Oh, you know I can't stay mad at you. Let's go play patty cake. Okay. So they all go there. Okay. Darn, you found me. I guess that means I lose. You know what Happy would say, right? She'd say something like, thanks. You should always try your best at everything. How else will people see how awesome you are? Next time, I guess. Oh, what's this? A yo-yo. Oh, I found Charlene. Eternal banana. Yeah, counts as 0.2 brain cell. Sean and Ren, huff. We're not playing, we're exercising. Okay. Ah! I like him just running around there. Mikal, huh? Where am I? Sigh. I was dreaming that I was on a private beach with servants fanning me with palm tree leaves on every side. And suddenly, wham! And now here I am. I must have fallen asleep while hiding. Banana is forever. I guess that's game over for me. A bunch of small toy cars. Aw, you found me. Darn. Let's go find everyone else together, Omori. Okay, where could everyone be? What's this? Oh. Boing! It's me, Happy! You found me, so that means I gotta do something else now. Oh, I know! I'm gonna count the alphabet backwards. You mean say the alphabet backwards? Z Y X W V U O M O. At least you're trying. What's this? A suspicious blue mailbox. It is suspicious. That's why I wanted to look at it. Building blocks. What are these papers? Whisper, 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 whisper. You probably shouldn't disturb this. Okay. Where are the other people? Oh, there's Hero. Oh, hey guys. Huff. You know, Huff, I found a really good hiding spot, but Huff, Sean and Ren, Huff, invited me to join them in their Huff exercise routine. It's fun and good for you. You guys should really try this. It's Huff, really Huff a workout. Oh man, I'm Huff so tired. Wow, you really don't know how to say no to anyone, do you, Hero? Come on, Hero, we gotta help Omori find everyone else. Alright. I'm coming. Bye, Sean. Bye, Ren. This is fun. Yeah, let's do this again sometime. See you later, Hero. Let's see. I have a feeling it's a suspicious blue mailbox. Okay, nothing's happening. Where could the other people be? Oh, wait, what is that? There's a straw in the ground. Pull it out? Yeah, I'm gonna pull it out. Wow! Took you guys long enough. I thought I was gonna suffocate in there. How'd you like my hiding spot? Pretty good, eh? Oh, mailboxes later. Okay. It looks like you pretty much found everyone else too. Unexpected. But I like it. Let's do a final roll call. 10 Hut. Kel, why are you posing like that? Van, here as always, buddy. Charlene, here. Mikal. Oh, dang. Ow, what gives? Happy. Here. Browse. Browse is just screaming. Oh, bye, Browse. Bangs. Here. Bun. Bun is here. Nose. Nose goes. Hero. Present. Sparkly. Kel. Yawn. You really gotta do this every time, Burley? Hey, that was uncalled for. Oh, just Burley. Aubrey. Here I am. Huh? Where's Basil? That's strange. I thought I saw him go hiding near that tree over there. Basil, where are you? Can you hear us? Basil, you can come out now. You already won. Hello? Basil? What? Oh! Hey, there's Basil. Basil, are you okay? Are you stuck? Huh? Eh? Oh, the boss. Boss, I should have known it was you, you good-for-nothing scoundrel. Let Basil go. Yeah, what did Basil ever do to you? Basil's our friend. Don't you dare hurt him. Let go of Basil, boss. He didn't do anything wrong. You stupid heads. You think this is about Basil? Don't play dumb. You know why I'm here. How dare you not invite me to hide and seek? I am the one who showed you all how to play in the first place. You're not even playing it right. How can you call it hide and seek without any body slamming? That's not hide and seek. That's called bullying, boss. My flower crown! Hey, that's the flower crown you made for Basil. How could you? Let go of him, you bully. No, if I can't play with everyone, then no one can. This is a boss-only zone now. And you're not invited. I don't... Oh, whoa! What will Omori and friends do? Mm, okay. What will... Okay, pep talk. Skill. Annoy. Okay. What will hero do? Cook. Oh! Okay. Hmm. The contrast in this bothers me. I have been half paying attention. What's going on in this game? Okay, so what's happened is that I'm playing with a bunch of friends and this bully came in to basically kidnap our friend and now we're fighting against him. So, attack. Kel attacks boss. Boss takes 9 damage. Lost 5 juice. That? Yeah. Wait. How do you laugh like that, you weaklings? Do you call that an attack? Boss cracks his knuckles. Okay. Let's do that. A skill. Oh wait. Let's do skill guard. I have a feeling he's gonna attack. Omori guards, Kel guards, Aubrey guards, Hero guards. Boss cracks his knuckles. Okay. What's toy? Oh, I have no toy. How do you like by believing yourself? Oh, I see. Ooh, he lost 5 juice. Ooh, he lost 3 juice. What is juice? Ooh. Oh, no, here, no Kel. Okay, snack? Oh, I have no snacks. Skill. Skull. I kind of wish they told me how the status works. Let's see. Takes 19 damage. Hey, that kind of hurts. This isn't fun anymore. Ooh. Grr, now you've made me angry. It's time for my special move. Body slam. Oh, no. Oh! No. Oh, they became toast! No, Omori did not succumb. Huh? How are you still moving? Boss cracks his nut. Fine. Skill. Snack? No. Oh. Omori's party was victorious. You gained 32 XP. But my friends are just toast. Oh, just attack? Oh, 22 clamps. Oh. This isn't fair. Rematch. I want a rematch. Basil, are you hurt? Don't worry about me. I'm just fine. Boss, it must hurt to see people have fun without you, but that doesn't mean you can ruin other people's fun. I know that. There. Does that feel better? Aw, Basil's so sweet. Basil, are you sure it's okay to do that? Boss is bad news. It's a good thing Omori held on during that final attack, or else you would have all been toast. It's okay. I trust him. When you were all fighting, he tried really hard to make sure I didn't get hurt. Is that true, boss? That's a load of baloney. I don't need to hear these lies. He's a tsundere? Why is he This is my spot. No one is welcome here. Uh... Well... He probably won't be a problem as long as he stays like that. I guess that means we can go to Basil's house now. That sounds good to me. And also I want to recover my HP. We're leaving now, boss. Don't cause any trouble, okay? Is boss shy? Okay, I'm ready. Let's go. Interesting. So now we know the cast of the playground. Ah yes, some nutritious candy. Yes, I want to eat it. Oh! You and your friends feel like new. Of course. Quit. Skills. Let's save too. Honestly, I'm just having a really fun time just experiencing the game because this feels like I'm just gonna let the story flow and let it tell me, but I feel like there's some rough parts in the writing. It feels a bit stiff. Just the other day, Nose was telling me about a cute little leaf she met, but when she tried to be its friend, all it wanted to talk about was how much it hated bunnies. How could someone hate bunnies? I just don't understand some people. That is completely valid. Ooh, what's this? What's this? Do you want to have a picnic with your friends? Yes. Aw, that's so cute. Although, what is Kel doing? That's just killing flowers. And Hero is just chilling. That's so cute. I'm with Basil. I really want to check out what that... Oh. Psst. Hey! Psst. Oh, it's the mailbox! You! Yeah, you over there. Omori. I think that mailbox is talking to us. Oh, he's making a masterpiece. Gotcha. Maybe you should go check it out. Okay, mailbox. Yes, yes. Hello, valued customer. Welcome to my shop. Please buy something. KKK. I guess I'll buy... Oh, okay. Huh. Deal small damage to all foes and reduces speed. Present. It's not what you wanted. Inflicts anger on a friend or foe. Apple juice. Okay. What? Okay. How many would you like? I'll take 4. Yes, you will take my clamsies. Apple juice? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna just keep my HP. Okay. Oh. Train station, Pinwheel Forest, and Basil's house. To Basil's house! Oh. 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 Can I water these? A watering can. Okay, I guess I can't water them. Oh. Oh. Are these sad? Oh, those are just regular flowers. Okay. Huh. Whoa! What's that ugly plant creature? Don't you know, Cal? That's a sprout mole. Sprout moles are highly intelligent creatures but become dangerously vicious when they are lost. Please, Mr. Sprout Mole, stop that. You're stomping all over my flowers. Hey, don't hurt Basil's flowers. Oh my gosh. Oh! It looks like this Sprout Mole is angry. Like us, Sprout Moles also feel emotions. Since this Sprout Mole is angry, its attack is higher, but on the other hand, it lowers its defense. So what you're saying is now's the perfect time to strike. Come on, Omori, let's do this. Okay. Okay. Attack when angry. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Oh! Omori's part is victorious. Yay! You gained 22 XP. You got 3 claims. Oh, tofu! I actually like tofu a lot, so that's nice to find. I grew to level 2. Ah. Most of the flowers are unharmed. That's a relief. Hey, Omori, now that we're getting the hang of battling, here's a journal where we can keep track of any neat foes we come across. Here, gave you the Foe Facts journal. Ooh. There, now it's in your pocket. The journal is yours to record with, but we might pitch in sometimes too. Check it out through your pocket in the player menu by pressing X. Oh, pocket. Oh. Okay. Okay. So many plants. What's over here? Oh, the sprout mole. Oh. Oh no, not again. Please, Mr. Sprout Mole, stop twirling. You're destroying all of the flowers. Aw. Oh, it's still twirling. Oh gosh. Oh, I see. This Sprout Mole is happy. In that case, it has a higher chance to hit our weak spots and do more damage, but this also means it has a higher chance of missing. Huh. I see. What happens if I make it sad? Oh! Emotions like elements in the game. That's a really cool mechanic. Oh! Ooh. Miss Omori took no damage. Oh, you get to find out what each emotion does after this battle, I think. Oh, okay. Good to know. Oh, bonk. The music is so good. Yay! You gain 14 XP and we got 2 clams. I wonder why clams are the currency. Oh, we seem to be running across a lot of flows with emotion. In case you didn't know, emotions can determine how strong or weak an attack is. Happy beats angry, angry beats sad, and sad beats happy. Oh, here, I even drew up a guide on how they work. Hero is so useful. I'm no artist, but I think you'll get the point. I'll put it in your pocket so you can check it out later. You got an emotion chart. Oh. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Oh, I'm neutral. Oh. Luck, speed, hit rate is down. Defense is up, but speed... Some damage to heart equals juice. Oh. Increases attack. Okay. Huh. So with these emotions, you imbue them with your teammates and increase or decrease their stats. Oh, cacti! I love cacti. Ooh, what kind of flower is this? It looks like a tulip. Oh, you again. Not another sprout mole. It's all good, Basil. We got the hang of this by now. This sprout mole seems a bit sad. See how it's curled up in the fetal position? That means it won't do as much damage as normal. But it'll also take less damage to heart and will lose juice instead. How sad. Let's put it out of its misery. Yeah, it's so fire. I'm gonna attack it. Skill. Let's make them happy. Ooh. You can do it. Yay. Aw, it's rolling around. Too bad I have to kill this thing. Also, wait, I thought Basil was supposed to give you descriptions for each flower. Oh. Omori's party was victorious. You gained 18 XP. Aubrey grew to level 2. Kel grew to level 2. Hero grew to level 2. And learned massage. Oh! Massage. Nice. I love how it gamifies like natural things you can do in real life. And I notice how Basil doesn't fight. Oh! Hi everyone! You all came just in time for a lovely picnic. Feel free to rest here. Everything is already all set up, and I even brought some fruit. Mari's... interesting. Ah, yes, some delicious fruits. Would you like to eat some? Yes. Mm. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Munch, munch, munch. Woohoo! Thanks, Omori. You're the best. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just trying to look out for all of you. Oh, Mari, I wish I could be more like you. Oh, Mari also doesn't fight. You always seem to have everything under control. That's not true at all. It just seems that way from the outside. Either way, you sure seem to make everything look easy. Yes, I agree. Mari is so effortlessly graceful. Don't you think so, Omori? Aww. I guess I have to believe it a little bit if all of you think so. Mari. My house is right down this way. Are we all ready to go? I'm ready when you are. We'll catch you later, Mari. Let me know if you need anything. See you soon. Let me save. Okay, I gotta hang with the controls. So it's pretty easy. Ooh, what's this? Huh? Huh? Oh my. Was that the butterfly? Or, whoa. Oh my gosh, that's a big one. Oh, he seems angry. Ye old sprout. I thought it was a butterfly. I was like, it's moving. Ooh. So I guess this is the boss fight. Oh my gosh. Oh. Takes 15 damage. Oh, bonk. I love how it's a bonk sound. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh man, this fight is pretty tough, but don't worry, we can do this if we work together. It looks like I'm going to have to teach you all a little bit about teamwork. Let's try again, Omori. You'll get him this time. Oh. You notice anything different, Omori? You should see a new bar at the bottom of the screen with a number on the side. This is our collective energy. By using our energy, we can defeat this toad together. Just attack and you'll see. Omori trips the old sprout. Oh. Ooh. Oh dear. Do you see the bubbles that popped up when we attack? That's called a follow-up. After you attack, for a limited time, you can use energy to perform a follow-up move. Just press any directional arrow and see what happens. So, okay. I like how I can trip him. Oh. Phew. Man, this guy really is tough. When he attacked us, did you notice that our energy went up? When we take damage, we also gain energy. Think of it as a chance to make a comeback. Okay. Reduces blade. Omori attacks again. Nice, we're full of energy. This is the perfect time to use our special attack, Omori. After you attack, press down to release energy. I hope you're all ready. Come on, everyone. Let's show this big guy what we're made of. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's so cute! Whoa, oh my gosh. Took 300 damage, oh man. You gave 150 XP and 50 clams. Ooh, level 3, and learned stab. Aubrey grew to level 3, Kel grew to level 3, Hero grew to level 3. Oh wow. I feel like every one of us represents emotions. And there you have it. Heroes Battle Tutorial 101. And I'm sure that as we fight more battles, our team... Yeah, power of friendship. This is so cute. Aww. Wow, you guys. That was so amazing. That was nothing. I've taken down way bigger guys than that. I should teach you some of my skills one of these days. Basil, I know you're not the type that likes to fight, but it's good to know how to defend yourself too. You know, I've actually been working on a book all about battles. Maybe we can all study together sometime. I'll give it to Omori to hold on to for now. You got self-help guide. Oh. As we get stronger, I'll be updating the follow-up section of the self-help guide, so be sure to check it out every now and then. Interesting. So this really gamifies, like, mental health. Omori, you should know, when we gain XP and level up, sometimes we'll also learn skills. Skills are powerful and have a wide range of effects, but each of us can only remember up to 4 skills at a time. After you learn a new skill, don't forget to equip it from the player menu, okay? Yeah, we know. Can we go to Basil's house now? Okay, that's all I had to say. Patience, Cal. Let's go! His house is a tree? Oh, it's a shoe! That's cute. Power of friendship and knives. Oh. Say cheese. Oh! Basil's so sweet. Aw, it came out kind of blurry. Well, that's okay. That gives it character. Hope you don't mind the photo. Of course we don't mind. I want to see it. Oh, sure thing. We all look so cute. How's my hair? I want to see. Oh, hey, Omori. Do you want to look at the photo too? Aww, that's so cute. It's too bad it came out kind of blurry, but you all still look so cute. I should add it to my collection. Oh. Woohoo! Another shot for the photo album. Move over, Aubrey. I can't see. Oh, hey, stop pushing. You already had your turn. Get out of my way, Cal. Oh, wait, hold on. There's no need to fight. Me first. These two. Basil, stop it. You guys are knocking me over. Oh no, Basil. Oh, Basil, no! Whoops. Oh my gosh, Basil, I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Basil? You two are in big trouble now. This is why the boat if you need to learn how to get along. I'm sorry. We didn't mean it, Hero. Please don't tell Mari. It's okay, don't worry about it. Accidents happen. Oh. Here's your photos. It doesn't look like any of them got damaged. Let's put them back in your photo album together. Thank you, Hero. Let's go inside my house first. Remember to wipe your feet before you come in. Okay. Sorry, I'm just readjusting my headset. Basil's photo album, his most precious belonging. Are you ready to put back the photos, Omori? Oh. Yay, let's get started. Oh wait, is this a remembering game? I swear if it is. Oh no. Oh, darn. I don't think I remembered it. Oh! Don't worry about a thing, Basil. Omori has really good. No, why? I don't remember. I don't. Huh? Uh, let's see. Okay, do I just click one of these? Oh, okay. Oh wow. Okay. Well, at least I don't have to actually remember it. Okay, Basil's memories. There, good as new. Aww. I'm really sorry for pushing you over, Basil, even though at least half of it was Cal's fault. Yeah, I promise to never fight with Aubrey ever again unless she starts it first. Cal, oh my gosh. Don't worry about it. I know you only wanted to see my photo album. Thank you for helping me put it back together. They're so wholesome, these people. Oh, oh, oh dear. That's strange. A photo must have been loose. Huh? What is this? Did I take this photo? Something about it seems so familiar. No, that can't be. Huh? Mari, she's. Oh! I don't like that. No. You beat up your laptop. What would you like to do in your journal? Okay. Log off. Uh, heat from the laptop. What happened to Mari? Meow? Yeah, what happened? What happened? No. What happened? What happened? What happened? What do I... Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. Okay. Man, that really like set the whole mood. I was just like waiting for something, but the scene of like friendship really de-escalated it. Yeah, let's look into the light bulb. Is there something? It's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. Okay. Meow, or is there? Stared at the screen. Open the journal. Is there anything different? No, nothing different. I do not like this heartbeat. It makes me feel like I'm in a hurry. Okay. Let's see what happens. Meow? Are you looking for a way out? Well, yeah. Oh, you have to open the menu. Stab? What? No. What? I don't want to stab. Soft card. Wow. Faux facts. You'll find a new option available. Skills. Well. Stab? Oh, if I do this. Oh! Oh my gosh. Is that how? Look at all of us. These are all of our memories together. I know this goes over themes of depression, but this is really dark. They're a little sad now. But we should be happy that they happened at all. Let's make some new memories together, okay? Oh, crickets. Yes, self-harm, PTSD, trauma, suicide, debt as well. You see a boy sleeping in his room. What's his name? Oh, Sunny? I guess I can name myself. I'll just put... So that was more like... Oh, it fits perfectly! Nice. The boy's name is Nethier. Let's go with that. Hey Nethier, it's Mommy. I'm still in the city setting things up for our new home. Did you finish packing yet? The movers are going to be at our house in a few days, so I left a list of things for you to do before they arrive. Also, sorry, Mommy messed up. I forgot to tell the electric company that we need a few extra days before we're ready to move. So the lights might cut out sometime tonight. Anyway, I know moving to a new place can be a little nerve-wracking right now, but I think a change of scenery will be positive for both of us. I know you haven't talked to anyone in a while, but you might want to say goodbye to your old friend before we leave. Kel has been trying really hard to get a hold of you ever since we put our house up for sale. He's been calling us every week for the past few months. He seems a little lonely. Maybe you should pay him a visit. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. Zzz. You are hungry. Yeah, that sounded like my stomach. I don't like the dark. Oh, this is not my room, but empty picnic basket. I'll save here. So that was the prologue. The prologue was really dark. Oh, so that's how I look like. Bookcase has been cleared out. Oh, what's this? Are you sure you want to go downstairs? Yeah, let's go downstairs. Oh! No. I don't want to go downstairs. Okay. It's here. It's a bathroom. It's gonna be... Oh, okay. A bathtub. Hey, this is enough for Mommy. Remember to brush your teeth every day. Love you, XOXO. Some towels and toiletries. Interesting. Cardboard boxes are littered across the house. A small fake house plant. I want to go down a small fake house plant. One of two old grandfather clocks. They stopped working a long time ago, but Mom likes to keep them around. Okay, cardboard box. Okay. Well, clearly... Okay, is there any food? Bunch of books. Mom's to-do list. You don't feel like doing your chores right now. Well, I don't either. Cardboard box. Cardboard box. Okay, where's the fridge? A wardrobe. It's steak, your favorite. Love you, XOXO. Okay, so I guess I have to go down. At least I know it's steak. I do like steak. No? You don't want to look down. You feel dizzy. Maybe you can sleep it off. I guess I'll try. I know the fridge is downstairs, but I can't get the food. Very comfortable bed. Would you like to go to sleep? Interesting, so I feel hungry. Oh. Dang. Oh. I don't like that. An eerie red glow radiates from outside. You feel strangely drawn to it. Cardboard boxes are littered across the house. Okay, the door is locked. Oh man, this is a psychological horror part. I was just having a good old time and then I had to... Yeah. Oh. I guess the only way now is down. All the way down. Well... Oh gosh. Okay, I'll carefully go downstairs. Oh fudge, I see hands. Hands all over the place. Oh gosh. And voices. A knife? Oh. Man, that's an ugly, and this hand is so detailed. No, 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 no. Oh. Afraid. I'm gonna... Oh. It did nothing. I can't run. Skill. Oh. It did nothing. Man, the ambience of the game really changes it. This is amazingly designed. Okay. Nether. I can't run. I can only attack. I don't even have skill. Something. Something taunts Nether. Oh. Okay, just keep attacking? Okay. That's kind of like... Take a deep breath. Don't be afraid. It's not as scary as you think. You steady yourself and remember how to calm down. Huh. Remember, Nether, all you need to do is calm down. Oh. Oh. Downstairs now. Okay. No. I'm not going outside. What's over here? I want the fridge, not the knife. You look in the fridge and find cold steak. Take it. Yeah, I'll take it. You got cold steak? Yeah, I'll heat that up. You put the cold steak in the microwave. You got microwave steak. Nice. Equip. Hands. These are all you have. Okay, that was quite nice. Skills, select who. Knife. You pick up the steak knife. Ah yes, a lovely well done steak. Would you like to eat some? Yes! I do like steak. Oh. I want steak, steak, steak. Stink. Yeah, my tummy was hungry. It was pretty hungry. Oh, oof. Your stomach didn't agree with that. Oh dear. Oh no. Dirty dishes. Microwave. Empty. Uh, Cardboard. Okay, I guess I'll go to the bathroom. Where's the bathroom? Uh, uh, I, I guess I'll go back up. A bathroom. Yeah, where's the bathroom? Where's the bathroom? An interactive toilet. Yeah, my tummy was not having it. You threw up. Cool. Let's wash my hands. Hey, this is a note from mommy. Remember to brush your teeth every day. Yeah, the chat is a bit delayed. A bathtub. Okay. Okay. Who was that? I don't like that sound. I really hate sudden noises, so this actually freaks me out. Okay, who could that be? I'm coming. Jeez. Huh? Hey, Nathia, it's Mari. I'm finally back home, but I forgot my keys. Could you open the door for me? Why is it all dark around me? What would you like to do? I'll open the door. I don't trust that. Why would my friend be here late at night? What the fudge? I don't like that. I'm a whiz. Oh. Man, the ambiance is so good. If anything, this is a really great way to like understand anxiety because I feel like this is how I experience life. Huh? Welcome to White Space. You have been living here for as long as you can remember. Thanks, Yashika. Okay, I'm back in White Space. You booted up your laptop. Okay, collect the keys, fill in the blanks. Hangman. In the grass will be discarded to the right. In a lost pyre's flame, beneath a trap door, within a large frame, underneath a wet pillow, on a shroud. Uh, what is? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, I guess I'm playing Hangman. Uh, uh, between and the no, on a shrouded. Oh wait, there's more options. Oh, okay. Okay, which one is 7? CAPTURED. CAPTUR. Okay, not that one. Within... You collect the keys in the world. Press Q to open the hangman menu. Is that my stomach again? Something fell nearby. Meow, waiting for something to happen. Okay. Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. Man. This is definitely a game I can't play alone because it might get in my head. Oh. It's pitch black inside. Ah, hand! You found a map. Oh. Whoa. Oh. Press W to open the headspace map. Oh. My hand sent me back. Wait, let's click W. Whoa. Oh wait, let's talk to Kitty. Meow, wait for something to happen. A white door casts a faint shadow. Let's open the door. Okay. Oh jeez. Oh. It's everyone again. Oh. Omori, thank goodness you're here. Have you seen Basil? We can't find him anywhere. You should go tell Mari you're okay. She's been worried sick. Oh. Someone familiar. Basil's gone. Going out, Omori? Here's your allowance for today. You got 200 clams. Why? A? A? 11 keys left. Interesting. I've been... Oh, Mari! Omori, you're okay. Don't worry me like that. Where's Basil? He's not with you, Omori? No, I'm afraid not. The last thing I remember was sorting photos of Basil in his house, and next thing I know, I'm waking up in neighbor's room with Aubrey and Kel. At least we found you, Omori. But I hope Basil is okay. Who's going to protect him if we're not there? Don't be such a downer, Aubrey. We'll find Basil for sure. You're absolutely right, Kel. It's at times like these when we gotta stay positive. Why don't we go back to Basil's house? There might be something that we missed. That's the spirit, hero. And as always, I'll be here if you need me. Man, okay. It's positive all of a sudden. Ah yes, some nutritious candy. I'm gonna eat the candy just to help me feel good. Actually, I have candy right here. It's called Warhead. I'm gonna eat some because I want some. Sour and nutritious. Hero's so nice. Options? No. Skills. Hmm. Hmm. A mirror? A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Aww. Yes, yes, hello, value customer. Let's get some jacks. Let's get one of these. And then let's get apple juice. Oh, hey, DS Mororia. Welcome to my stream. Right now I'm playing Omori, and right now I've been feeling the overall heebie-jeebies, I swear. Oh gosh. Let's equip this. Ooh. What's a charm? Oh, Mr. Plant Egg makes a weird noise when you punch it. So that's my weapon? Rubber ball. Playground tested, child approved. Hector can talk but is very shy. He is a good friend. Nice. Spatula, good for flipping burgers. Oh. Oh. Pocket. Toys. Deals small damage and reduces other speed. Oh, maybe it can tell me what to do with the toys. Pocket, important. Do I like it so far? Yeah, it's... If anything, it takes me by surprise a lot, and to be honest, it's kind of like... How would I say this? It really invites a different experience, at least, but I feel like I really need to pace myself with this game and see what's gonna happen. Overall, I feel like I need more time with this to really get, like, my overall opinion, but I really like the game mechanics, usually since it's utilizing emotions as a battle mechanic. And, like, I just find that interesting because it kind of parallels with, like, understanding your own emotions, so I really like that feature of it. But the story so far, it's been freaking me out a little bit, because so far it's just me going into a dream, me trying to deal with my own fears and anxiety with dealing with my friends and stuff like that. So, let's see. I want to know about toys. Toys are used during battles to support friends or deal damage to foes. They can't be used outside. Oh. Yeah, definitely pace yourself. It's an enjoyable experience. I wish I could experience it for the first time again, especially the soundtrack and the emotional experiences. Ah, okay. Yeah, this is my complete first time playthrough, so I have no idea what is going to happen. Oh, and I realized that Ferris Fair has followed me, so thank you for following me on Twitch. But my gosh, this... I really feel my anxiety with this. I'm gonna buy some additional stuff. Let's add some more of this. This is gonna help with some foes. Okay, thank you, suspicious mailbox. You get to find out more about the story once you get over the prologue, but the prologue is quite long, so yeah. Oh. I wonder why the prologue is so long. Train station, Pinwheel Forest, and Basil's house. Oh, why is it shriveled up? These flowers, they're already dying. You should do our best to take care of them until Basil gets back. Yes, let's water them. There we go! Yay, I have a green thumb. Okay. A flower. Oh. Some of them are different colors. Actually, let's check these flowers. Hmm. Huh. Okay, these are fine. I don't want the plants to die. I feel like it's a good thing if I don't let them die. Okay, the cacti are fine. The tulips are fine. I really hope basil's okay. Oh! Mari! Yes. I haven't encountered battles yet, but I just like eating the fruits. Based on what I'm experiencing thus far, I guess these people are also real people and I'm still playing with them here. And the protag. Yeah, the picnic jingle is so cute. I'm kind of scared to go back to Basil's house. But I have a feeling that me as Omori and Nethi are outside in the real world. These are just our emotions in our own head. And right now, I'm trying to deal with these emotions. It's a bit dark here. These mangrove trees are quite pretty. And I wonder why Basil lives alone. What? What? Well, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Do you think Basil just left somewhere without telling us? I don't know. That doesn't sound like him. He's usually so considerate about these things. Guys, I'm really worried. Is there nothing we can do? What if we can't find him? What if he's in danger? Stay calm, Aubrey. I'm worried too, but that won't solve anything. Let's go look around the forest. Maybe he wandered off and got lost. Yeah, cheer up, Aubrey. We'll find Basil. Sniff. You guys are right. Okay, we gotta keep our hopes up. Let's go look for Basil in the vast forest. And that thing is still there. It bothers me. Still burnt, just... It's a little dusty. Ah. Oh! Oh! Dust bunny! Oh! Oh! Okay! I defeated the dust bunny! 54 XP and 5 clans. Ooh, rubber band! Nice. Small plants. They look a little sad. No, don't be sad, plants! Aww, they miss him, huh? Okay, we have to go to the vast forest. W. Okay, I found one of the keys. Vast forest. This game makes me feel so concentrated in it. I can't even analyze it because right now I feel like I'm just lost in the dark and where exactly I'm going. And usually prologues are not this long. So I'm a bit surprised. Like, usually players just want to experience the main story already and complete it, but they really want the players to just like reflect a lot in this game, which is a nice change of pace. Well, that's Pinwheel Forest, not Vast Forest. Okay. Hello, friends. Oh, they're tight. The grass sure feels nice here. Wanna join us? Sure. Oh, the stars shine brightly overhead. You don't have a care in the world. Omori learned observe. Oh! Quest. It gets you thinking, yeah. I want to give flowers to someone, but he's only interested in puzzles. If only I could find a flower puzzle or something. Maybe then he would notice me. Aw, Daisy! I like puzzles. A very difficult puzzle. All the puzzles pieces are blank. Oh, that's tough. Come on, Van, put your head into it. Aww. Nose is my best friend. She can't say much, but she's really smart. Nose looks occupied. Come on, Van, put your head into it. I'm going to swing to the moon. That's a bit dangerous. Having fun takes too much effort, so watching my friends have fun is enough for me. Hop, and a hop, and a hop, and a hop. I love Browse. Browse is so... it's my favorite. Oh, peekaboo. Oh. Joker Josh, huh? Let's save... Actually, how's our HP? Our HP is good. Let me hydrate. Man, if I had affiliate, I could get hydrates. I keep forgetting to drink. I hydrated myself. Overwrite this file? Yes. Okay, let's go to the vast forest. Where's the vast forest? Is it this way? What's over here? Oh! Do you want to build sandcastles with my friends? Oh, heck yeah. Oh! Oh! A sea boat? Sea bunnies? A sea cat? Oh! Nice. Hehehe. That's so cute. But I am pretty sure this is not the vast forest. All the water pixels are greatly designed. For me personally, this game feels very familiar to me. It's kind of like, it has this overall ambient feeling that reminds me of when I'm depressed. And yeah, I have persistent depressive disorder, so it's something that I've experienced a lot of. You're afraid of spiders. Yeah, that's valid. I guess we're not going there. So the overall ambiance just reminds you of like how I was back then. Before I met streaming, before a lot of things. I mean, this game is really nice. Oh, Pinwheel. Is it Pinwheel Forest? Oh, a ladder. Basil has got to be around here somewhere. Basil's got to be around here somewhere. I guess not here. I guess I actually have to go to Pinwheel Forest. The mislabel, really brought an error. Okay. Equipment. Actually, let's teach myself some skills. Kofax. Kofax. Man, this is not the greatest navigation menu, but they didn't have much. I'm gonna go now. I have to take care of my hand. Oh no! Okay, yeah, thanks for coming by, Leo. Self-help guide. Yeah, right now I'm just trying to learn this emotion chart. Happy is strong against anger Anger is strong against sad, sad against happy. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day too, since I believe it's like around the afternoon for you. The emo, yeah. Yeah, the emo is so ugly. I need to make my own. Bye. Bye, Leo. Also, by the way, if you don't know Leo is a really great artist. I recommend following him sometime. Just because like his work is phenomenal. Just saying. Okay. Alright, to the Pinwheel Forest. Pinwheel Forest. Oh. What's this? A transportation station. Doesn't seem to be in service. Okay. Vast forest. You mislabeled it! That's not a good user experience. Oh, it's a bunny! Little bunny. Oh, a parrot. Basil! Basil, where are you? I know. I bet my pet rock will know what to do. Hector, be a good boy. Go find Basil. Hector. You tried your best, buddy. Aw, Cal. This is no time to fool around, Cal. Hey, why you... Hector was just trying to help. Let it go, you two. We need to keep ourselves focused. Squawk, Pinwheel Forest. Squawk, squawk, Foggy Bridge. Oh. Whoop! Oh. I will fight these bunnies. Forest bunny. Oh! Oh! Ooh. Ooh, right in the heart. Let's fight. Oh. Always deal a critical hit. Ignores defense when Omori is sad. Oh no, it nibbled! How dare! Oh, there we go. 40 XP! We found candy! Sweet. Let's, no. Pocket snacks. Uh, 25 juice. Okay. That should be fine for now. Oh, what's this? Flowers? No, 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 no! Oh, watermelon. You got Jax. Nice. Actually, let's get some practice in. So that one's Angie. Oh no. No, Aubrey's toast! The bow on the toes is such a cute touch. Yeah, right? But Aubrey's toast. Oh, I grew to level 4. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's heal. Pocket. 6. Okay, there we go. What does apple juice do? Okay. Okay. Funny! This one's angry. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Radix's blade. Attacks again. Hey, 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 hey! Aww. Ooh, it missed. Oh, okay. Okay. Aubrey! It will kill the attack. Okay, cool. Hell grew to level 4 and learned Rebound. Level 4. Okay. Let's equip. No, let's pocket, snacks, heal. Okay, I think. Wait, cook for myself. Oh, I need more juice. No. Pocket, snacks. Okay, that's some decent juice. Alright, what's over here? Huh. Ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay, maybe not there yet. I'm going to explore more of this area just because I want to get the prizes in the watermelons. Oh, mushrooms. They're cute. You got apple juice. Sweet. I love how they're inside watermelons. Such a random choice. I shall attack you! Okay. That one's happy. That's Aubrey. Ooh. Oh. there we go. There we go. Omori's party was victorious. Hehehe. Candy, level 4. Let's see, what's over here? Oh. There's a bone and paw prints. Big bone! We got candy. Okay, let's check how our HP is going. Pocket. Skills, like 2. Oof. Let's see. Oh, doggo! Shelter. Big bone. Small bone. Big bone. Small bone. Nourishment. Oh. Shelter. Okay, I guess a dog lives here. No! I fight. You can do it. Let's see. Oh. Okay, cool. 3 clams. Let's give some snacks. There we go. What's on this side? Oh. Oh, okay, that's useful. You got dandelion. Nice. Oh, I can run. Wee! Oh, not the buns. No. Oh, you. Just a tire swing. See, I swear I saw something. What? Ah. Okay. Let's see. Let's try to annoy them. It's angry. Ooh. No. Omori's party is victorious. You gained 54 XP. You got 4 clams. Yes! Alright, let's continue on to our journey. Where else do I need to go? Clearly there was a sign. Ah, buns! Thank you. Is any friend? Did we... This is a pretty long ladder, huh? Pretty tall, but not as tall as the one east of the stump. That one goes all the way up to space. You're really afraid of heights, aren't you, Omori? It's okay. You don't have to look up there. I wonder where... Okay. Okay, I will fight this bunny. Alright. Ooh. No, it nibbled. There we go. 16 XP, 4 clams. Actually, how's my... Ooh. Barely. Okay. Squawk. Pinwheel Forest. Squawk. Foggy Bridge. Okay, let's try Foggy Bridge. Let's try Foggy Bridge. Alright, let's fight it. There we go. Oh no! There we go. Omori's party was victorious. You gained 24 XP. You got 4 clams. You found candy. Okay. To the Foggy Bridge. Ah! Oh. Beaky. I don't know, guys. I don't think Basil's in this forest, but we haven't even searched the whole forest yet. We can't stop now. Cheer up, Aubrey. We'll keep searching until we find him. If you don't find Basil soon, maybe we should meet up with Mara at the playground and figure out what to do from there. Why is the keyboard key so ominous? I hate it. Huh? 10 keys left. Wonder what these keys mean. Okay, let's try running. Oh. What's up here? Oh dear, a mangrove, just like in Basil's house. Okay. Let's try... Oh, another mangrove. And another, and another, and... Oh! Basil? Basil? That was him, right? Oh, Basil. Okay, let's see if there's anything here. Let's go. Let's keep on heading. Wow. Oh, a tentacle. No! Okay. Ooh. Taking the ball right out the park. It's rolling around. Oh, there we go. We're victorious! Excuse me. Okay, what's this tentacle? A tentacle is poking out of the ground. Oh, forest? Let's check out my HP. Ah, we need juice. We need juice. Juice. Oh, wait, what the? Watermelon. You got plum juice. Nice. Oh. A new friend? Hi, I'm the Wise Rock. I give solid advice in exchange for clams. Okay advice. Good advice. Let's get okay advice. Understood. Here's your advice. It is not wise. Wow. Okay. I hope this helps. Well, I'm going to ignore you then. Jeez, that was not helpful. Oh, watermelon. You got apple juice. What's up here? Train station? Hmm. Squawk! Line starts here. Oh. We'll get up soon. Just give me a bit. Oh, a bee? You know what I hate more than anything else? Bunnies. That's right. Bunnies. I just hate them so much. If I had one wish in the world, I would destroy all the world's bunnies. Hey, you look like you defeated a few bunnies. Yeah, that's right. I can tell how many bunnies you defeated just by looking at you. That's how much I hate bunnies. Say, tell you what, let's make a deal. If you defeat at least 5 bunnies, come back and report to me. I'll give you something nice. Now go on, destroy those bunnies. And some weird bees. Oh. I love how kooky these character designs are. Look how kooky they look. It's like a childhood dream. Hey kids. I'm Gibbs, the stationary musician. I used to be a traveling musician, but I left that life a long time ago. Oh. Sure. Thank you for your donation. Now in return, let me play you the song of my people. This is a nice song. It's like the Animal Crossing. You thought the song was pretty good. I think it's a good song. Oh boy, I'm in trouble now. Sigh, why does it always gotta be me? This ain't none of your business, kid. Be careful who you associate yourself with. I'm speaking from experience here. You got popcorn! Nice. Everyone here is so different and interesting. I wonder what makes me different and interesting. Bluky gets down easily, but he just needs someone to listen sometimes. And that someone is me. Trains aren't really my thing. I'm just here for the music. That's valid. I'm on the way to conduct some important business, and then afterwards, I will conduct more important businesses. Why does this feel like they're generalizing real-life conversations? Isn't the air nice here? You can smell the clean. Oh. Oh. It's so hot right now, but I don't want to take my jacket off because then I would have to hold it. Wait, is that a hot dog hawk? Diggity dog hot. Diggity dog. It's me, a hot diggity dog. Someone had fun with the dialogue here. It's so cute. That was very readable. Let's see. Oh, let's kill that bunny. Fight. Let's attack. Let's annoy this one. Hey. Forest Bunny feels angry. Omori attacks again. I wonder what the name Omori means. Because I know if you just look at Mori, that means mountain in Japanese, so... Makes me real curious. No, you winked at me. How dare. Now you're an angry bunny. Oh, no, Aubrey, no, 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 no. Bonk. Bye-bye. You got 8 clams. Let's heal Aubrey, because I'm worried. Oh, 15 G's, 25 G's, 35 heart to all friends. 9 out of 10 dentists hate it. I actually really love popcorn, so that's true. Okay, okay. There's a watermelon. We got tofu. What? That's just a tree. Oh, is it because I accidentally bumped into the tree? Darn it. You got bracelet. Oh. So there's different types of watermelons. Funny. Alright. Alright, let's go. Oh, Omori's party was victorious. You gained 16 XP. You got 4 clams. By the way, chat, what are your thoughts on this thus far? And also, how many of you have played it before? I'm just curious. Train station, Squawk, Foggy Bridge. Okay, then what's that way? Watermelon! You get jacks. Yes, I got the jacks. Okay, just goes around there. Let's see what happens if I go here. This forest is quite... Train station, Pinwheel Forest, Basil's house. Oh. It loots me back here. Interesting. Red. Red. Oh. Hey everyone, how's it going? Have you found Basil yet? Hey Mari, no luck so far, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm sorry guys. I wish there was a way I could help more. We're all doing our best. Maybe we should start looking outside this forest. I know. Why don't we try climbing that really long ladder? The one east of the stump. We can't do that. Omori is afraid of heights, but what if Basil is somewhere up there? We gotta take our chances. I know, but... Omori, you're growing stronger and stronger every day. You can handle climbing a ladder, can't you? Come on, little brother. Face your fears. It's natural to be nervous at first, but you should know that we all believe in you. Come on, Omori. It's just one measly little ladder. What's the worst that can happen? I could fall off. I don't know about this. Do you think you're going to be okay, Omori? I think I'll be fine. Okay, if you're okay with it, then I'm okay with it too. But if you get scared, you can always count on me to back you up. Thanks, Omori. You've got some real courage. Woohoo! Let's go to the ladder east of the stump. Also, why is there a bunch of red footprints? It makes me suspicious. Remember, Omori, you're stronger than you think. I feel like Basil's a really... Oh, you should totally smile more. I've always liked your smile. Daisy's rabbit killer. Oh, she helps you with your quests. Okay, let's look at my healing. Okay. Yes. Nutritious candy. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. You and your friends feel like now. Okay, let's also equip some stuff. Yes, hello value customer, welcome to my shop. I definitely need more candy. I wish I could sell items, but it's fine. This is a very long prologue indeed, but I gotta follow these footsteps. Maybe they're here. Yeah, these footsteps are going to the ladder. Remember what Mari said, Omori. You're stronger than you'd think. Don't worry, we'll be right behind you. Yeah, and if you fall, we'll be right here to catch you. Kel, don't scare him. You won't fall, Omori. I promise. Alright, here goes. Oh, the hands. It'll be okay. I have my friends. You're no longer afraid of heights. Whoa, this is such a... Man, I know there's a reason why we've never climbed this ladder, but I can't put my finger on it. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh well, here goes nothing. Whoa. Wow. The game's ambiance is so good. Wait, hold up, guys. Shoot, where is he? I just had him. Where is who? Hector, my pet rock. I swear I just had him in my pocket. No! Hector! No! He must have fallen out of my pocket when I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Hector. I should have been more careful. What's the big deal? It's just a rock, right? Don't you dare say that. He's not just a rock. He's family. Don't worry, I'm sure he'll turn up soon, Cal. Probably. I sure hope so. Wait for me, Hector. I'll find you. I promise. Cal is great. He's so sweet. Oh, what is that? Is that Snake? What is this? Whoa. Dinosaurs? Whoa. Clothes? Interesting. First. Second. Third. Oh. Huff, huff. The ladder. It just... Huff, huff never ends. Huff, huff. One sec. Just catching my breath. Actually, give me a minute. Oh, take your time, hero. Okay. Cheap. Otherworld campsite. Cattail field. Let's go to the campsite. Oh. Otherworld. Whoa. Wow. So this is the other world. Oh, the TV! Such a cute TV. Okay, let's go to Mari. Oh, Gumbo. Happy. So many humans today. You guys are always such big fans of space travel. Vending machine. Oh, no, that's expensive. My gosh. Welcome to Otherworld, an unofficial pit stop for weary space travelers and a popular family-friendly camping ground. Ah, don't you just love the smell of firewood and the sound of running water and the crisp space breeze? It all makes the vast emptiness of space a little more bearable, don't you think? I guess. Ooh, space tube food. Would you like to eat some? Yum nom nom. Ooh. You and your friends feel like noodles. Oh, I want to do the camp. Yes. Hanging out in space. When I grow up, I'm going to be a space pirate. And I'm going to travel all around the universe. Our search for Basil has taken all of us pretty far from home. If traveling the universe is what you want, you definitely have a head start. I wonder what kind of friends we will meet. What foes we'll face. It'll be an epic journey to end all journeys. You're way too carefree about this, Cal. Did you forget that we're looking for Basil? Remember our dear friend Basil who needs us? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to be positive. I have complete faith that we will save him. Besides, the heroes always win. Isn't that right, hero? Oh, not the pun! Haha, very funny, Cal. Aww. I love finding dialogue like that. This really fits players who like to explore a lot and stuff like that. A floating mirror. Your friends smell warmly behind you. Yes, hello, value customer. Oh, a life jam. Revives a friend that is toast. Sparkler. Little fires. Oh, banana smoothie. Cherry soda. S'mores. I'll have you know I don't appreciate window shoppers. Oh, my bad. My bad, dude. I didn't mean to do that. Aw, crap. I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures? What's this? Oh, quest? Sorry to bother you. His name is Mr. Ducky, but he is a duck. Sorry to bother you, but have you seen my son anywhere? We looked away for less than a second. He's gone and ran off again. Could you keep an eye out for me? You'll know when you see him. He looks just like me. Haha. Alright, we'll find the ducky. This place used to be a pristine wildlife preserve, but due to a recent boom in tourism, it started to accumulate a lot of trash. Just like real life. Pick up your trash, people. It's not that hard. Why is it ahead? Oh my. A table full of merchandise of an obnoxious-looking person. A statue made in the likeness of an obnoxious-looking person. Petsy. Hi, I'm Petsy, and as you probably noticed, I love Sweetheart. I got every piece of merchandise she's ever released. I got Sweetheart posters, figures. Oh wow. This music is so cute. It has the Hime Ohoho sound to it. Wow, I am the ultimate fan. Let me tell you about the time I almost met Sweetheart. Ooh. I'm not going to attempt the Hime Ohoho. Only a poser fan would ever mistake a regular person for Sweetheart. Gotcha. Oh, what's this? You got can. Oh! I just was looking for the sparkly. The recycling machine just gave me a cool price recycling some cans. Recycling does pay off. Yeah, can. Ooh. Ooh. Wow, this recycling machine is jamming. The recycling machine. Oh, 5 clams. Yeah. Keep the environment clean. A band of space pirates has been camping out here for a long time now. I hear that the captain suddenly decided he wasn't going to travel anymore, so half of the crew took his ship and left. Hey, halt, children. You are now entering the vicinity of the captain of the space pirates, the master of the solar system, the prince of the universe, the one and only captain space... you're entering the house of space... boyfriend? Whoa, the captain of the space pirates lives here? That's awesome. I want to be a space pirate too. Yeah, well, so did I once. Space boyfriend doesn't do much these days, so most of the space pirates got fed up and left with the main ship. It's just us stragglers here doing all the space boyfriend's chores and whatever. Yesterday, me and the guy spent the day cleaning and throwing away all of his trash. Yuck. Sigh. I didn't leave my old job for this. I ain't no babysitter. Aw, I'm sorry. That sounds awful. Maybe we could talk some sense into him. Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you. Space Captain Space Boy. I mean, Space Boyfriend's got two sides to him, you see. We should at least try. You never know. He might know something about how to find Basil. Or maybe he knows where to find my pet rock, Hector. Yeah, yeah, sure, that too. What are we waiting for? Let's go see him already. Sorry about your job, sir. It'll get better soon, I promise. Sigh. Thank you, little lady. I sure hope so. Oh, who's this bird fellow? Oh, Chief. Huh, Captain Pinkbeard would never approve this. Interesting. Let me hydrate. Whoa. So these are all the people. Hmm. Hydrated. The strength of this whole space boyfriend. What can we do for you, bro? Why won't you leave your bed? Hmm. Oh. Oh. Whoopsies. Oh. So this is Space Boyfriend. Cough, cough, cough. Uh-oh. Space Boyfriend doesn't look so good. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Hey, Space Boyfriend, wake up! Oh, Kel. What? Cough. Cough, cough. My precious sweetheart. Oh, he sounds so sad. There must be some way to help him. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, my sweetheart. Where have you run off to now? Oh no, not again. Space Boyfriend's feeling the heavy blues. Here, my guy, this'll cheer you right up. Hmm? Huh? Why isn't anything playing? Oh no, the boombox. It's empty! He's never gonna wake up now, or even worse, he's gonna wake up angry. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh man, where could that special mixtape be? Someone must have thrown away his special mixtape when we were cleaning. What's the big deal? It's just a cassette, right? Well, you see, excuse me. Whenever Space Boyfriend is away from Sweetheart, he gets really sad and lies in bed all day. The only way to snap him out of it is by playing his special mixtape. There's only one in the universe like it. Oh, I see. Space Boyfriend isn't sick. He's lovesick. Oh. Sigh, if Space Boyfriend stays like this, the once great coalition of space pirates would be lost for eternity. Oh, man. That sucks. Well, let's go. Wait, where are you going? We should help him out. You should know that it really sucks to lose something important to you. Don't you dare bring Hector into this. I'm talking about when you stole my stuffed toy. Huh? I don't remember anything like that. Cough, cough. Oh, sweetheart, my perfect goddess. Cough, my sweet jelly-filled donut. What? I think he's getting worse. What should we do, Omori? Should we help him? I think we should. Thanks, my guys. I really appreciate it. Here, take this. Huh? You got a junkyard key. This key unlocks the junkyard. The special mixtape should be somewhere in there. Okay. Oh! You can get there through the secret entrance to Space Boyfriend's backyard. Pretty convenient, huh? What exactly is Space Boyfriend? A Space Boyfriend? Ooh. Earth? Wait. Do I know this planet? Mercury? Earth? Jupiter? Oh, Mars? Saturn? Uh, Uranus? I'm kidding. Sigh. We've really done it now, dude. I hope the captain won't be too mad when we tell him his favorite planet is missing. You know how he gets when he's angry. Ugh. Buddy, you're not supposed to call him captain anymore. You have to call him space boyfriend, remember? Oh yeah, that's right. Erg. Ah! You know, dude, sometimes I wonder if we're even space pirates anymore. Ever since that sweetheart came along, we haven't done anything cool. We should just quit and get real jobs. Don't talk nonsense, buddy. What is life for us if not the space pirate life? I'm sure the captain will come to his senses one day and we'll all fly again. We just have to believe in him. Sigh. Thanks, dude. You're always there when I need you. What homies. Really nice homies. I like how it shows examples of, like, how to be a good friend. And what kind of planet is that? I'm kind of scared. Whoa. Ah, the junkyard, perhaps. Wait, whoa. What are you? Let's try... Predicts who a foe will target next. Okay, let's go. Oh, wormhole opens up a wormhole. Oh no. Oh, this one's... Oh, whoa. Oh. He has his eyes on Cal. Alright, Cal guards. Oh. Aw, Omori, stop. Notice Sabri. Let's see. Let's try attacking the wormhole and then attack the UFO. Attack the UFO. Attack the UFO. There we go. Yay! 18 clams. Ooh, and learn bread slice. Nice. I can slice bread. Cool. We got backpack. Oh, backpack. Pocket. Important. Oh. Okay. Okay. Where's Hector? Oh. My good men, I am looking for some art. Fear not, for I will know when I have found it. Okay. So he's looking for trash art. Gotcha. Junkyard. You use a junkyard key. Ooh. Unlocked a new area. So this is junkyard. Junkyard. Oh yeah, fun fact about me, I actually own a shirt designed by OmoCat. This game makes me want to buy more OmoCat stuff because I really love the simplicity behind her designs. Actually, I own a sweater and a t-shirt by OmoCat. I really like her designs. Ooh. Oh, watermelon! Ooh, granola bar. Nice. Oh! Oh, so I cut off the cones. Okay. I noticed that it doesn't really let you signal what you can cut until you just react. Oh, a gold watch. I feel like Kel would like that. It's useless. Most definitely, probably not really made of gold. Useless in battle. Okay. I won't give that to him then, since it's useless in battle. Okay. So this is the junkyard, eh? Time to start digging. Oh, bro. Nas? What are we looking for again? Space Boyfriend Special Mixtape. Righto. He just wants to go dumpster diving. This dirty child. Hey, look, I found a can. You got a can. Sigh. I guess that's a start. You got glass bottle. Okay. Whoa, that's quite the boombox. Yeah, I don't want him to rage at me. You got... Oh! I love air horns. Let me look at the air horn. It's a toy, right? Important. Air horn! Who would invent this? Yeah, anger's all friends. Kel is digging through trash. Kel finds a rubber band. Oh. Wow. I like how they incorporate the environment into the battles here. And of course, Kel is a trash child. Let's go. Huh? Aww. It's an angry mixtape. Alright, let's go. Right in the heart. No. Oh. Come on. Oh, there we go. You can do it. Oh no. Aubrey guards, hero guards. Mixtape slaps Kel. Oh no, I'm toast. Oh, he's toast. Aubrey's toast too. Oh, okay. Oh no, everyone was toast. Oh, level 5. Alright, let's Hi, dropping in for a quick moment because I never get to see your stream. Aw, hey Lunas! Welcome! Right now I'm playing Omori. I'm still stuck in the prologue because it is a super duper long prologue and I'm trying my best to get through it all. Let's see, popcorn, plum juice, Omori is a psychological horror game developed by Oma Katz and her team. It's been in development for about 5 years thus far, and I've been looking forward to it ever since I found out about Oma Cat. And to be honest, right now I'm really enjoying the mechanics of this game. So, the engine for this game is actually RPG Maker. Yes, I highly recommend putting this on your list. Because one, I think it's worth the money because based on what I've been hearing from the chat, it actually has a ton of content. It takes more than 4 hours at least to complete the game. Rather, it takes about 20 plus hours to complete this. And the game costs about $20. So really, like $1 per level, which is not too bad. But also, it really explores a very unique mechanic based on emotions and mental health, really. So it really gamifies it, and it really and within the environment, it shows characters interacting with each other in healthy ways, and I love how it really shows that because sometimes it's really hard to forge relationships that are actually healthy. So I like how this game focuses on the bad side of emotions and the positive sides of emotions. The positives being in this dreamscape where I'm actually fighting enemies with emotions, and then the real world setting where I'm just trying to explore for myself. Okay, let me recover some health. Actually, I'm decently recovered. Ooh, if this skill defeats a foe, gain bread. Okay, let me change my skills. And replace it with bread slice. This is kind of like Pokemon. In a silly way. Nice, I'll put it on the list and give it a shot. Oh, yeah, definitely go for it. If you like unique mechanics and you really love RPGs. Oh man, it looks like the big block of junk. A roadblock. Get it? Not to worry, everyone. The big old block is nothing compared to my swing. Hey, Omori, you know how you can cut roots in traffic cones? Well, you're not the only one with a special ability around here. I, for one, can smash large blocks out of the way. Kel and Hero have their own special abilities too, although I'm not so sure about Kel. Just make me leader by selecting tag in the player menu or by holding A. I'll get rid of this hunk of junk easy peasy. Oh. You tagged Aubrey. Oh. Whoa. Oh, that's so cute. Teamwork. Tag who? Oh, that's such a cute transition. I'm a sucker for RPG horror games, even if I didn't like the end. Yeah, I feel that. I played Eve, but I haven't played the other ones, like Witch's House and, oh my gosh, Mad Fodder, because they kind of like creep me out a bit too much. So I have to be very careful because it can really affect my mental state. Let's see here. A to... You tagged Aubrey. You got Can. Witch's House is pretty fun, but it's definitely one of the ones I didn't like. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Ooh, PC. Kel is digging through trash. He finds a can of cherry soda. Thanks! Ah, it's dial-up. I love the enemies. Let's... Hey! Aww. Omori walks forward. Ooh. The speed fell. Ooh. Dial-up slows down. love how they're just like personified like this. Very smart game design, especially when like this is about a human's emotions within their brain. This is the kind of stuff that affects them. Yep, pretty much normal dial-up. Aubrey's party was victorious. 18 clams. You found a granola bar. Ooh, all the levels. You got flower puzzle. Oh, there's a flower puzzle. Huh, what's this? Oh, Mr. Conveyor Bot. Switch up these conveyor belts for us already. This rude person. You can't just yell orders at people, Kel. Geez, have some tact, will you? Now, there's no need to fuss. I'll handle this one. Tag me, Omori. Oh, I love how it teaches, like, mechanics. Okay, I'll go at Hero. I'll retag Hero. Ahem. Greetings, Sir Conveyor Bot. My companions and I require your assistance in changing the directions of your conveyors. Will you and your friends please help us? Bzz. Nice person. Okay. Oh my gosh. How convincing. Ooh. A toilet? Oh. Oh. You can Comet Hammer? Glasses ghost looks around aimlessly as if it is lost. Oh, and I solve puzzles like this. Okay. That's some nice design. Gotcha. Okay, let's try this one, because I want to get the extra stuff, although, yeah, puzzles. I love puzzle games. Like, I would play a bunch of them. I actually, oh, I'm not buying a soda for 100 clams. Nope. Toilet? You got, wait, what? I got ramen from a toilet? What? That is gross. That is gross AF. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Huh? Eh? Kool-Aid Man! Hey kids, I'm the Life Jam guy. I sell Life Jam. It really works. Sure. Man, this guy is freaky. Oh. Omori did not succumb. Use Life Jam. It really works. You got Life Jam. Snack. The music is good though. Where's the Life Jam? Okay. Whoa. Yeah, oh, that's why it works. Okay. Huh. Enjoy your free samples. Goodbye now. Haha. How did you like my free demo? Haha, I'm kidding. I know you loved it. Oh, I see you are still hurt. No worries, I will heal you. Thank you. Oh. You and your friends feel like new. Very good, yes. Now, would you like to buy some Life Jam? Oh, I don't have 250 clams. Haha, that's okay. You'll need to later. That's so ominous. Life Jam, you're ominous. Alright, let's head on over. Oh yeah. Okay, we have a junkyard key. Nope. Let's go! Let's go! I love the color palette of this level. Like, good color contrasting choices. And I love how it's pretty intuitive to explore this whole site. Okay, junkyard key. Oh, ladder again? Okay. Okay. Oh. A familiar. A photo of someone familiar. You got Life Jam! Oh! Pretty. I want to say pastel-like, but I'd be wrong. I was always bad in art class. I would say like subdued pastels, possibly. Ooh. At least I have Life Jam now. I guess that one noticed me. Tag who? I'm gonna tag Omori. Oh! Now let's dig into your trash. Cherry soda. Let me, skill. Let's do annoy. And then for this one... Okay, so... Oh, it almost got Aubrey. Oh. I'm not buying that for that many clams. Pocket. There we go. Ooh, what's here? You found lemonade. Nice. Whip. Pocket. What's this? Oh! Chicken! You got a can. Ah, yes, a perfectly roasted chicken. Yes, chicken. Yeah, I want to have a picnic. Ugh, this place is so gross and stinky. My nose can't take it anymore. What's the rush, Aubrey? There's so much treasure around. I'm gonna swipe as many cans as I can find. Oh, and then afterwards you should recycle them at a recycling machine. I'm sure we passed by one on the way to Space Boyfriend's place. Forget cans. We gotta find that special mixtape and get out of here. Aw, hang in there, Aubrey. You'll get past this. If anything, just think about all the good recycling we'll do for the environment. Yeah, come on, Aubrey. Do it for the environment. Oh, I love the eco-friendly message here. Okay. Oh no, not right now. Let me save it. So yeah, right now I have a team that kind of represent different emotions. So Omori gives happy stuff. Oh my. Okay, W run. Ooh, a computer part. A glass bottle. A bubble wrap. Oh, who's that? Ow, what the? What gives? Hey, well, what do you know? There's a weak point on its head. I can recognize one of those anywhere. Try throwing something at it. I'm sure that'll work. But what do I throw? That platform there looks like a good place to throw from. Tag me, I got this. Interesting. So, tag. Kel. Oh. Oh! Whoa. Okay, so I throw stuff. Interesting. Ah, I love how it does that. Okay. I'm gonna get this so I can get the watermelon. Oh, you didn't find anything. Lame. Oh, he got bopped. Oh, I'm depressed. Oh dear. Ooh. Whoa. You got starfruit soda. Ooh, I love starfruit. That's one of my favorites. I love starfruit. Okay, let's head on over. Oh. Watermelon. Ooh, rubber band. Can. So much treasure around here. Oh, whoa! Did you see the plane? What the heck? This is a happy one. Neutral. Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, it hit right in the heart. Well, unfortunately, I've worked technically today, so I have to go to bed. Good night, Lunas. Thanks for coming by. I hope you can try this game out. It's actually really fun, although it has some pretty dark elements to it. Ooh, you should stream it. Aubrey learned counter. I keep getting ramen from the toilets. What kind of game design choice is that? Popcorn. Alright. Ooh, rubber band. Okay. Let's see, let's... snack. Skill. There we go. Ooh, dial-up feels sad. There we go. Calls out to Omori. Your turn, Omori. Oh! Oh! He's buffering. It was a dull attack. Oh dear. Let's try. Okay. Ooh. There we go. 14 clams. Nice. Alright, let's go. You got plum juice. I got plum juice. Ooh, what's this? Rubber band? Okay. Oh, who left their clothes here? Dang. Okay. Let's see. I can't... Okay. Oh. You got banana smoothie. Binoculars. Oh. Sparkler. Okay. Did you hear about the restaurant on the moon? Oh, Nico the Necromancer is raiding with a party of 12. Oh my gosh, welcome raiders. Ooh, hello everybody. I'm Nethier, a English VTuber and LGBT YouTuber focusing on game reviews, game UX design reviews, and today I'm playing Omori. Hello. If only you had a joke book to write them down in. Do you want to sit here with my friends? Oh. Hi Nico! Thank you for raiding! Oh my gosh. The moon looks gigantic from here. This is the most beautiful place I've ever seen. But there's so much litter around. How can you say it's beautiful? Oh, thank you. Thank you for the follow, Nico! Ah! Aubrey, don't be such a wet blanket. Look at the things on the bright side. You know what I always say? Raid, raid! Hi, Nabuo Saito. Tell me, what were you streaming earlier? Tell me all about it. I'm kind of curious. You don't always say that. Let's see, where else do I need to go? Let's try it this way. Hi, Shion! Ah, how are you? I got a hot dog! Oh, that plane is coming after me. I'm gonna try avoiding that plane. Because that's not... Nico streaming that Gunfire Reborn. Oh, I've never heard of Gunfire Reborn. What kind of game is it? Or if it's a game. Oh, ah! My mouse got in the way. Ooh, found a can of cherry soda. Ooh, it's a roguelike shooter? Nice, nice. Did you enjoy it? Ooh. FPS roguelike. That's hard for me. I am terrible with FPS, so I can't really do that. Hey, hey, hey! Oh, I take damage? Oh my gosh. Aubrey looks a cow. I'll show you. Let's try attacking, and then attack, and then skill, cook, for angry. Ooh. If it says it's a moving attack, that focuses on the emotion. So if it's moving, that means the emotion is highly effective. Also, how many of you have played Omori? Omori's party was victorious. You gain 84 XP and 9 clams. Ooh. I learned how to mock. Ooh. Ooh. Alright, let's get that watermelon. Glass bottle. Nice. I got trash to help the environment. Yeah, I found a cherry soda. Let's do a snack. Let's try a snack. Ooh. Oh my gosh, Shata! Thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody! Ah, greetings! Jata, what were you streaming? Tell me all about it. I just had a raid earlier from Nico the Necromancer, and They, ooh, you were playing Hades? Ooh, I heard it's a really good game. I really want to buy it, but I don't know how well I would do with a roguelite. And it is exactly as good as everybody told me it would be. I'm really glad to hear that because like the art direction of Hades and supposed game direction, like game design direction is so good. Like I really want to review that. But right now I am reviewing Omori, a psychological horror RPG maker game developed by Omocat. This game has been in development for 5 years, and so far it's been real fun. I really love how it's so different compared to other RPG maker games. Oh boy. For one, the main mechanic of this relies on emotions. You can do better. I'll show you. Ooh, just like you. Yep, that is true. If... Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember with the emotions. So if it's angry, then... Yeah, sad will be affected. Okay, there we go. Ooh! Ooh. Ah, there we go. 84 XP. Watermelon. Confetti. Okay, let me pocket snacks. Ooh. 30 to be shared with a friend. Heals 35% of juice. Gives me juice. More juice. Heals. Oh, to all friends. Okay, I don't need it just yet. I need to get to the other side there. I wonder how though. Oh wait, isn't that it? Ah, there we go. Over. Kick. Over. That's lame. Okay. Oh, a scarecrow. Oh, it has a target on it. They call me Scarecrow. I am stuck in the ground. Throw things at me and hear a strange sound. Oh, okay. I get some Undertale vibes from this. Let's get Kel. So Kel has the ability to throw stuff. Okay. Ooh. Wasn't that fun? Come again another day and try again. Is that it? Is that all there is to you? Okay, man. Okay. So right now, my goal is to find, oh, fudge. Okay, so my goal right now is to find a special mixtape for an NPC named Space Boyfriend. Space Boyfriend currently feels very sad because his girlfriend isn't around, and I'm trying to figure out where the heck the special mixtape is because it's specially made for Space Boyfriend by the girlfriend who is named Sweetheart. So, that is the current plot for this level. This looks a bit angry. Oh, it's called a Doom Box. Okay. Oh dear. Oh, he's angry. So meaning... Man, I need to understand my typing more. But that's actually the prime time to attack, because when you're angry, you have lower defenses. Oh! Kel's party was victorious. You gained 214 XP. Ooh. Nice. Alright, so I'm going to show y'all something in the important section. So, this is the emotion chart. It's drawn by Hero, which is the NPC right here, and it shows the differences in typing. So let me show you all. So as you can see, there are 4 main types: happy, neutral, angry, and sad. So if one of them is happy, then their luck and speed increases but the hit rate lowers. And it is strong against anger. And then angry increases attack but lowers defense overall. But it is very good against sad. And sad is weak to anger. And sad actually decreases speed and turns some damage to heart to juice. And increase defense. So sad to happy, angry. Honestly, remembering just one of these is just fine. So sad is strong against happy, which makes sense. So I'll just try remembering that. X. Alright, let's continue. Okay, I was already there. So the new area that I'm part of is actually over here. And right now I'm trying to figure out something. Okay. That was a bit too close for comfort. Sparkly. You got a donut! More sparkly. I got Jack's. I got candy. Okay, what's over here? Oh! Ah, a job for Omori. Yep. I can cut stuff with my knife. With my trusty knife. Although, the mechanic of the knife in this game is a bit... it has some content warning. So, if you are sensitive about depression, PTSD, and trauma, please be careful when playing this game. Because it talks... a lot of the elements in this story relate to that. D. Alright, I found that. I found the D. Oh yes, those are part of a puzzle that I'm trying to solve too. Okay. Oh, I found Life Jam again. Ooh. Okay, let's go this way. What's over here? Ooh. Donut. Okay, there's another one. Starfruit soda. Is that a block of cheese? Huh? It's no good. I can't even dent this thing. Hold on a sec. This is cheese, isn't it? Whoa, you're right. It is cheese. Okay, guys, hear me out. This might sound crazy, but what if we eat the cheese? If you all start now, we can probably finish this in a couple of hours or so. Just a warning though, cheese gets me kind of gassy. Oh, Kel! Ew, Kel! Hold up, Kel. There's no need for that. I think I may have the perfect solution. Tag me, Omori. I know just how to handle this. Hero, what do you know how to deal with cheese? Huh? Mine? Hello, friends. It's me. EMS, Ems, the humble, hungry hamster. Oh wow, is this all for me? What a treat. How did you know that cheese is my favorite? I don't have to guess, EMS, Ems. Everything is your favorite. Everyone, this is Emily, the hamster. But I just call her Ems. She's a good friend of mine. You know what to do, Ems. Sure do. Be done in a jiffy. Oh. Hero has a lot of friends. Whoa, how does all of that even fit in her body? Beats me, I try not to think about it. That was incredibly satisfying. If you are ever in need of any giant cheese-eating services again, you know who to call. Goodbye, friends. Oh, okay. Okay, that was weird. Wait, wasn't that a sprout? Okay. Sigh, how are we supposed to find anything in here? There's just way too much junk. Wait, were we looking for something? Yes, Cal. Oh no. Oh, ho, 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 ho. At long last, I finally found it. After countless hours of digging and digging, this one-of-a-kind, ultra-exclusive special mixtape finally belongs to me. Rosa! The #1 sweetheart fan in the world. With this one-of-a-kind addition to my collection, I will finally surpass all those lame poses out there. Wait, sniff. Oh no, this special mixtape, it smells like doo-doo. Sniff, sniff. Oh no, I smell like doo-doo. Hold on, did she say she found a special mixtape? That's what we've been looking for. Oh yeah. Let's go get it. I can hear everything you're saying, you know. Just as I suspected, owning something so valuable is already getting me into trouble. Oh ho ho, okay. How kooky. I'm gonna hydrate. Did you hear the laughing in the background in the BGM? It's a really good BGM, but my gosh, the anime influence is here. What's the matter? Are you jealous? This special mixtape is mine. I'll never give it to you. Not now, not ever. Hey, we didn't come all the way out here for nothing. If you don't give us a special mixtape, we'll have to take it by force. Eek! Such savage behavior. Violence never solved anything, you know. I'm much too refined for this nonsense. Farewell, peons, and see you never. Wait, come back here. Okay, you'll never catch me, stick legs. Whoa! Okay, actually. Let's get some stuff here. Rain cloud, cool. I got ramen from a toilet. Why is it always in a toilet? I don't like that. How did she get there? The game never taught me how to jump, by the way. Oh, there we go. You got TV remote. Okay. That's freaked me out. Chicken! The awkward moment when you've been here for 3 hours, but your sound was turned down low, and it's suddenly quiet in your house, you start hearing voices. Hi, Iyashi! Hello! Yeah, I'm gonna eat some chicken. You wanna love? You and your friends feel like new. Oh man, I love chicken. I want some fried chicken. Actually, speaking of these computer parts, let me equip some... Let's see, let's equip you with something. Bubble wrap. Ooh, okay. I am just chilling here. Ooh, nice, nice. The game has been really fun. It has some dark elements, but like the balance between the darker emotions versus the lighter emotions, it's like, it's very satisfying thus far. But I've been really enjoying the overall game mechanic, and the story just helps enhances the usage of these emotions in the game mechanics. And like using emotions as a way to do like a rock paper scissors design is just like it was a smart choice to do. OmoCat really had an idea and she really stuck with it. Although I can see like there's a lot of technical stuff that you have to learn, which is why the prologue is so long in the first place. And I feel like that was such a smart design choice for the purpose of this game. But that makes this game a bit harder for people to really get into. Especially when you play an RPG Maker game. If you look at Eve, Light Eats, and Witch's House, their prologues are pretty much non-existent. So most people don't expect this to be a freaking prologue before the whole main game story. So it surprises me to an extent, but I like the twist. I want to get... Actually... Nice. Let's see. Kel has the lowest HP, so I shall give you... Okay. Let's see. Increases your defense. Okay. Let's give you all some better items. Okay. I'll give you bubble wrap. So yeah, I have a lot of thoughts on this game. I just can't say it out loud because I want to thoroughly experience it first, but then I'll pretty much summarize it. And I need a hydrate because my voice is kind of like a little bit on the tired side, but yeah. To be honest, this is actually a really good segue into tomorrow's stream, which is all going to be about mental health and like, how do you improve your mental health when you're in quarantine and you're starting off the new year and you have all these goals in mind? And I'm like, you know what? Let's chat about that while I draw. So that'll be for tomorrow. Let's see here. Okay. Oh, I want to get that watermelon, but I'll get that. I want to get that watermelon. I'm sorry, this game really makes watermelon so engaging. Hero learn snack time. Ooh. Let's see. Let me know what you all think about Omori thus far in the chat. I'd love to know all of your perspectives. Do not cross. Rosa, we finally caught you. Now give us back that special mixtape. What's with her? Hey Rosa, can you hear us? Huh? I wonder why she isn't responding. Let's take a closer look. Oh. Huh? Eh? Oh my gosh. Ooh, this song. I like this song. And it kind of fits that as a digital entity, I'm fighting a fellow digital entity. Although this one seems like a virus, so it's best to get rid of it. This OST is so nice. Okay, let's see. Let's try a toy. Attack. Skill. Wait, anger is effective. Yeah, anger is more effective. Let's make everyone a little bit angry. Alright, still at 99%. Let's fight with a toy. I love the air horn. Ooh. Oh man. Okay. Snack. There we go. There we go. We shared our popcorn. Okay, come on. Ooh. Still at 99%. Oh geez, what can I do? Oh! I acquired bread! One for the road. Oh my. I love how it's a Windows background, by the way. You got 42 clams. Alt F4. What just happened? Who cares? We gotta take back the special mixtape. You took the special mixtape from Rosa. Huh? What in the world? Hey, that's fine. Give it back. No way. It's finders keepers. We're putting this back in Space Boyfriend's boombox where it belongs. Hmm? Space Boyfriend, you say? Oh, you ignorant child. Haven't you heard the latest news? I have a very reputable source who tells me that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart have long since parted ways. Why do you think this special mixtape is in the junkyard in the first place? It's because Space Boyfriend threw it away himself. Space Boyfriend threw away the special mixtape himself? Uh-oh, that's not good. But if Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart aren't together anymore, how will we ever wake up Space Boyfriend now? The future of this once great coalition of space pirates is depending on us. That sounds like your problem, not mine. Well, Rosa, wait just a second. How do we know you're not lying about all this? You could just be trying to get this special mixtape back. Well, never. I may be rude and pretentious, but I'm not a liar. I can really trust you. I think we'll just keep this special mixtape and see for ourselves. Now scram, you ugly plant creature. Oh, Cal, oh. Go bother someone else. Oh my, so rude. You'll pay for this, stupid boy. Mark my words. What a prissy character. What? Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Ah, whatever. Alright, we're out of the junkyard. Alas, I have found art in a most unexpected place. The madam will surely be pleased. Ooh. What's this? Hold it right there. We finally found you, Pluto. There's no escape. Whoa. Oh no. My gigantic, well-defined arms and legs are giving out. I can't let it end like this. I need to find a hiding place. Hey, you there. Huff huff. Please, lend me your assistance. Huh? Hurry, I don't have much time. You need a place to hide, huh? Aha, I got it. You can see, I got this all under control. What? Okay, that should do it. Shoot, they're coming. Quick, everyone, act natural. Huff huff. Dang it, we lost him. Hey, you kids, we're looking for a high-profile and very expensive rogue planet named Pluto. He's a big, circular, grayish guy with huge, bulging muscles. Kind of hard to miss. Have you seen him? No, can't say we have. Really? Well, that's life. Come on, dude, let's keep searching. Oh my gosh. We'll find him eventually. Okay, sir, the coast is clear. Wow. Such quick thinking. I am impressed. You have my eternal gratitude. What are your names, if I may ask? I'm Hero, and these are my friends Aubrey, Cal, and Omori. I see. Fine names for fine young people. My name is Pluto, and I am a rogue planet, a vagabond, if you will. I do apologize for causing everyone so much trouble, but I feel that it is not my purpose to act as a mere yard decoration. Oh dear. I want the freedom to roam the sky as I please, like the birds and the stars. You know what birds are? Also, I'm hydrating myself. Ooh. If that makes me a rogue planet, then so be it. They can call me what they please, as so long as I'm free to do as I please. Okay. My soul yearns for freedom. You understand, don't you, children? Whoa, Kel, are you crying? Such raw emotion, untouched. That was beautiful, Pluto. You said it, Kel. Wait, you too, Aubrey? Now at long last, I am finally free to follow my lifelong dream of running my own transportation. Transportation company. I'm going to call it Pluto Space Line. Wow, the realization has reinvigorated me, and since you have helped me with such a selfless way, I must return the favor. Ahem. I am Pluto of Pluto Space Line now. Please pretend you have just arrived at a transportation station. Oh, okay. Hello, Pluto? Greetings from Pluto's Space Line. Where would you like to go today, young travelers? Yeah. Oh, was that too much? I should try to tone it down. Let's try this again. No, it's okay. We'd just like to go back to the campsite, please. So you want to go to the Otherworld campsite? Ah, my first request. How exciting. Oh no. Here it comes. One ride to Otherworld campsite coming right up. I won't let you down, young travelers. Leave the rest to me. Is everyone strapped in? Wait, hold on, I'm not ready yet. What? Is that how to transport? What? What? Greetings and welcome to Pluto's Space Line. Where will your journey take you to? What? So you want to go to Otherworld? Yes. You got it. Now just sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. Oh, Cal. Oh my gosh. How was that for a smooth ride? Comfortable environment and relaxing music. I'd give it 5 out of 5 stars. Says you. I can't even feel my arms anymore. Kel, I have to say, you did a great job holding on for dear life back there. You have the potential to be very strong. Let me teach you a skill that might be useful in the future. Repeat after me. When I flex, I feel my best. Now you try. Oh. When I flex, I feel my best? Whoa, that feels amazing. I'm pumped. It could use a little work, but nevertheless, you definitely got the power within you. Oh my god, Yumeji! Hello, Yumeji and crew! Welcome, I'm Nethier and currently I'm playing Omori. I am a VTuber that likes to analyze games, talk about life, and so much more. Thanks for hanging out with me. And I usually stream on Fridays and Saturdays from 8 PM PST to 12 PM PST. Whoa! Kel learned to flex and Pluto is gone. Hello, hello, Yumeji. Alright, that was an interesting experience. Let me just save real quick. Oh, no, I want to save. Yes. Ah, yes, some lovely space tube food. Would you like to eat some? Yes. Yes, I do. Because I feel hungry after watching Pluto transport me. Okay, now let's go to Space Boyfriend. Oh, what? It's a house. Whoa, it's a centaur! I'm small. The world's smallest centaur. Look at all of my awards. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of awards. Itty bittiest centaur, first place. Littlest centaur. Littlest centaur. Smallest centaur. Miniest centaur. Most horse. Ah. Tiniest. Wow, that's a lot of awards, dude. I'm gonna move on though. Oh, there's stuff there. Okay. Where is Space Boyfriend? Oh, wait. So, since we went to the junkyard, we are going to recycle. Also, listen to this music. Alright, and I get to do it each time? Oh, dead batteries. I really like the song, so I'll probably just keep playing this for a little bit. I'm kind of curious if each item gives something different. Oh, whoa! 20 clamps? Okay, what happens if I do computer parts? The recycling machine dispensed 25 clamps. The recycling machine... Thanks for doing your part in keeping the environment clean. Okay. Nah, I'm good. I'll just do the rest later. Let's get on with the story. Alright, so these are the space pirate peeps, and right now I'm trying to help their ex-captain with their breakup? Well, I'll be. You kids really did it. It's a little dirty, but that's our missing special mixtape for sure. Thanks a lot, my guy. With this, we'll finally be able to wake Space Boyfriend. Kel reached into your pocket and took out the special mixtape. Actually, about that, we might have some bad news. We heard a rumor that Space Boyfriend and Sweetheart, well, that they broke up. But what? Did they really? For real this time? Oh no, but that would mean that there's no point in playing him the special mixtape anymore. All hope is lost. Hey, Space Boyfriend, we got your Cal. Cal. You can at least thank us. Oh, don't be so down, Space Pirate Guy. It's just a rumor, and even if it is true, it's not the end of the world. People get over breakups all the time. I'm sure Space Boyfriend will be back on his feet soon. You just need some time to readjust. No, Cal, no. I know, I'll blast this special mixtape on his boombox. He's gotta wake up to that. Oh no. In that case, you should probably get rid of that special mixtape after all. Listening to the songs might be way too emotional for him. Give it here, Omori. I'll keep it safe. Huh? Where is it? Kel, what are you doing? No. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. What is that infernal rocket? Oh! Darn it, Kel, look what you did! Fear me, for I have awakened. 1 second. Much better. Now, where was I? Yes. Foolish children, I must thank you for bringing me out of that pathetic state. I grew tired of lying in bed, pretending to be sick. Like I always say, feelings are for losers. That wench, Sweetheart. She's going to pay for leaving me. I did everything for her. I gave everything to her. Everything, you hear me? That ungrateful little... Jeez. Just forget it. Forget everything. I'm going to find Sweetheart, and I'm going to make her pay. Sorry, but we can't let you do that, Space Boyfriend. Or should I say, Space Ex-Boyfriend. Interesting. You want to challenge me? Do you even know who I am? I am Captain of the Space Pirates. I control all the planets in the solar system, have the ability to fly through space at will. The power of the entire universe is at my command. Blah, blah, blah. Talk all you want. We're not scared of you. If you plan on going around and causing trouble, you're going to have to get through us first. So that's how it's going to be. If you still insist on stopping me, I'm afraid we'll just have to settle this the hard way. I'll take all of you on. Fight me, earthly scum. Whoa. Boss fight. Oh! He is handsome. Okay. Let's see. Let's do Sparkler. Okay. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh. Get him, Cal. Ooh. This theme music is pretty darn cool. Let's see. He's sad, so I believe anger does the best against him. This is gonna be a bit tough, but I believe we can do it. Okay. Let's try fight. Oh man, this is barely affecting him. Skill. Now let's try a snack. Oh. And then skill. There we go. Okay, cool. Ooh, nice. Let's go. Ooh. Okay. Fight. Let's try skill. Okay. Alright, let's do a skill for that. Let's annoy Omori, and then skill. Let's do a time. Let's do rubber band. I wish we could see how much of his stats have decreased. Ooh, it's a moving attack. Okay. If it's sad. Let's see. Ooh. Okay, Space Boyfriend has calmed down. Okay. Let's try skill. And And then let's use the skill pep talk. What will here do? Let's do... My rage cannot be contained. You cannot placate me. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. So if it's angry... Oh gosh, I have to remember the mechanics again. Okay. Well, let's see what happens if I do this. And then skill... Oh, whoa. Okay. So sadness does not affect an angry person? Let's see. Okay. Let's use a skill. Oh, I can't do much. Oh my gosh, Kara! Hi! Welcome! I'm Nethier, and right now I'm dealing with a boss fight against this character named Space Boyfriend. And yes, today I am playing Omori, and it is quite an intriguing game which utilizes emotions to help you fight against an enemy. And right now, the enemy I'm fighting is a Space ex-boyfriend because he is very angry about it. Alright, and I'm trying my best to beat him. Let's do snack. Snack. Hey Shimapan, hey Kara. How was your stream, by the way? Oh yeah, Yumiji, tell me about your stream too. And sorry, I got real busy with this one. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Snack. Alright, 80% of heart. Oh no. Oh, Omori looks so cute. Oh wow. Thank you for following. Darn it. Whoa. Okay, another one. Welcome, Nobuo Saito. Welcome to the grid, both of y'all. Alright, right now, this fight is getting a bit tough, but I'll do my best in here. 100 hearts. Let's do... Oh! No. Omori did not succumb. There we go. You can do it! There we go. Snack. Okay. And what will Aubrey do? Skill. Snack. Let's do snack. Okay, there we go. Ooh, this was a dull attack. Okay, 44 damage. Candy. Okay, there we go. Ooh. There's some juice. Okay, let's attack with all we got here. What? Oh. Actually, you're gonna use your skill to do a pep talk on him, and then attack. Skill. Okay, 22 damage. Yeah, oh, it's still moving. I won't let you defeat me. Whoa. You can do it. Okay, fight. And then skill. Let's observe. Skill, pep talk. And then let's try toy. Okay, there we go. Oh, look how happy Omori looks. Oh, they have their eyes on Cal. Okay. Okay. Let's do... Skill, guard. Ooh. Oh, okay. You missed. Gotcha. Oh, it had no effect. Okay. So he's stuck in enraged mode. Gotcha. Axe first. Flex. Oh yeah. Ooh, okay. Yeah, this music is so good. Out of my way, earthly scum. This is your last chance. Space ex-boyfriend became furious. Dang, so there's a third level. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Okay, let's do some snack time. Ooh, 85. Alright, 46. Ooh, oh no. You can do it. Oh, whoa. That's a new look. Manic, huh? Let's do snack. What's the skill here? Okay, skill here. We need a cook for... Ooh, okay. Aww. Okay, I'm gonna fight. What will Aubrey do? Probably skill. Let's see. Guard, flex, rebound. Ooh. Oh no. Ah! Ugh, my heart. It hurts. Oh, we won. We won! Oh, okay. Wow. Wow. 208 clans found an eye patch. It's his eyes patch. Kelku. Oh, running gun. Euro groups and learn charm. Charm. See you, space boyfriend. Hmm? Huh? What happened? Where am I? Who are you? Hey there, how are you feeling? Oh, hello. I'm Captain Spaceboy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, my chest. Oh no, are you okay? You got a little angry earlier, so you had to... I see. My other half must have gotten the better of me. I must apologize. Your actions were likely well justified. I just hope I didn't cause you all too much trouble. I've been having a hard time controlling my emotions lately. I try my best to keep them at bay, but it's becoming much more difficult. Sweetheart, she was the love of my life. It's almost impossible for me to imagine life apart from her. I guess I'm a bit lost. This special mixtape is full of mine and Sweetheart's favorite songs. I put so much love into making this for her. Thank you all for returning it to me. This is still full of precious memories after all. Eh, it's no problem. Well, not too much anyway. Yeah, we're glad to help. You just go ahead and get some rest. I'm afraid no amount of rest can truly heal a broken heart. I must find another way to get over this. Space Boyfriend, I am so sorry, but I have very terrible news. Your favorite planet Pluto has escaped and we can't find him anywhere. Don't be mad at us, we're sorry. But please be gentle. Ah, I see. It's okay, you two. I'm sure even the planets get bored turning slowly all day. Perhaps Pluto was never meant to be a planet. Oh my gosh. Really? You're not angry at us? Do you mean Space Boyfriend? I sure do. Gather the rest of the crew. Let's go to the frozen lake and get some snow cones. Resting in bed may not fix a broken heart, but eating snow cones with friends might help. Also, you don't have to call me Space Boyfriend anymore. I'm just Captain Space Boy. Oh wait, does this mean... Oh, the captain is back. I can't wait to tell everyone. Let's go, dude. Right behind you, buddy. Aww. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. You know what would have happened to me and my crew if you all didn't show up. Aw, it was nothing. We're just glad you're feeling like yourself again. You have my thanks. If you ever need anything from me or the Space Pirates, please don't hesitate to ask. Actually, I can't believe I forgot about this, but we're actually looking for our friend Basil. He wears a flower crown and always carries his photo album on him. Have you seen him around? No, I'm afraid I haven't. But if I do see anything, you'll be the first to know. Basil, where could he have gone? Sniff, sniff, sniff. Please don't cry, little lady. Here, take this. You got a snow cone ticket. Woo! Uh-oh. Please, little lady, don't cry. Here, take this too. Oh, Captain Space Boy is just so nice. Oh my gosh. You got a train pass. Oh. I used to travel around on trains when I was a child, long before I became a space captain. If even I can go from traveling on trains to flying my own spaceship, I'm sure you'll be able to find your friend. Sniff. Oh, okay. Hey, Captain, you ready to go? Everyone's waiting for you. Yes, hold on, I'm coming. You must keep your hopes up, little lady. If it gets too hard to bear, try eating a snow cone. It might make things a little easier. I mustn't keep my crew waiting. Good luck with everything. And thanks again. What the fudge? You bonded with your friends became stronger. Everyone's follow-up moves improved. Oh, yay! Oh, well, what the fudge? Yee? Ew. Nine keys left. Gotcha. A bookcase full of knowledge from all across the universe. Cool. Oh, wait, what the? The red footsteps. Where's it? Wait, where did they go? And these are all the planets. And Pluto's gone. Okay. Oh! Darn it. My bad. I need to recover after all. Cheap. Otherworld Lake. Cheap. Otherworld Campsite. Cheap, cheap. Oh, Otherworld Campsite. Got it. This way. But yeah, I need a heal. Oh my gosh. Oh, what footsteps. Hello, everyone. How's the search for Basil going? Well, Mari. It seems that we've taken a little detour. Just trying to help those in need, you know. Look, Mari. I got a snow cone ticket. Well, that's very nice, Aubrey. Thanks. Mari, look what I can do. Flex. That's very nice too, Kel. I know, isn't it? It's so strange. We've searched all over the place, but we haven't seen a hint of Basil anywhere. Oh, Basil. I wonder where he could have gone. There must be something we're missing. Do you have any leads, Omori? I do notice that the last thing that Basil said involved Mari. So, Mari is kind of suspicious to me. What do you all think? Do you think Mari has something to do with this? I mean, sure, she's like the health center in Pokemon, but I still feel pretty darn suspicious about it. Yes, hello, valued customer. Let's buy some things. Ooh, I have a lot of money, but let's... Carbonated health sludge. That's actually pretty accurate. Okay, let's get 5 of these s'mores. And get 2 of these. And that should be good. Let's save the rest. Ooh, let's put in the rest of our cans as well. Oh my gosh, I really went over time. I've actually been having a bit too much fun with this game, but overall, I really like this game. Even though I've only completed like 2 parts of the prologue, there's a lot to look forward in this game. I might have another session with this, but I'm not so sure when. Maybe next week. Oh, it's seer goggles. 5 clamps. Oh. So I'm just gonna finish these I'm just gonna recycle all of this trash first, and then I'll be raiding someone. If you have any recommendations for a raid, just let me know, please, in the chat. Ooh. What did I get? 25 clams. Alright, how much trash do I have? Can you just take all the trash all at once? That'd be nice. But I mean, at least we get some good jams. Oh. Dispense 5 clams. Thanks for doing your part and keeping the environment clean. Let's see. How much trash did I collect? Okay, 5 clams. Can you just please take all my trash? Okay, I have at least 1 piece of trash left. I mean, it is quite charming, the music. But how would I rate it based on my current experience? So the way I rate games is like out of 10. 10 year points. But let's see. This game, the onboarding process was a bit like iffy. And to be honest, it's one of those games where it takes a long time to master, which is why the prologue is so long in the first place. But also, it has a very slow pace. I find myself seeing this at a 7 based on where I am at this point, but I have a feeling it'll just be reaching to a 10 because by then I have mastered the mechanics and I understand what goes against what when it comes to like anger, happy, and sad. And all of that. But Junkyard is interesting. I have a feeling that each level is going to be based on like something involving relationships, and stuff like that. Okay, wait, do I have any other trash? Okay. Ooh, 10 clams. Let's see. Okay, everyone's healed. Pretty good leveling. Aubrey is still low leveled. Pocket. Oh. The first step to becoming a pirate. This is seer goggles. Brightens up a room. Let's give Kel the eye patch because he wants to be a pirate, so it just fits with him. I'm giving her the flashlight because her HP is pretty darn low. I need to level her up. What is this? Okay, so this is... Okay, I have to go this way. Okay, follow this way into here. Okay. Oh! Oh. Oh. Okay, was that Basil? Who's that shadow child? Oh, cookies! And cards? Mari's cookies. Mari's cookies have much more love baked into them. I could eat them forever. Oh. Why am I alone? We're still young. We should dream big, right? Okay. Huh? Okay, where are you going? Shadow friend? Shadow Basil? What's Shadow Basil up to? Basil? Basil? What? Basil? Oh no. Okay. Okay, so I have a feeling a bad thing is gonna happen because whenever I see this red light, I know something ominous is gonna happen. What the? Oh no. Not again. Can I plan to sleep after this? Oh jeez. It's going forever and ever and ever. Oh, F! Okay. F? Okay. What's this? Sheet music on a music stand. All the notes have been scribbled out. Happy family. And a light bulb. Okay. Basil? Basil? I'm back in the white space. Collect the keys to fill in the blanks. Incorrect keys will be discarded on the right. So D and F. Your sketchbook. Take a look inside. I wonder if it changes over time. Oh wait, that's the playground. Then... Okay, so this is me in the white space. Then... Neighbor's room. That's the neighbor's room with the snake. Oh wait, isn't that Aubrey? Yeah, that's Aubrey, Kel, and Hero. Yeah, that's the playground. Then I was tending to someone who's sick. Okay. Yeah, waiting for something to happen. Yes. Okay, let me look into it. Oh, it's pitch black inside. You can't see a thing. Man, this is so sus. Okay, I'm running. I'm running. Okay. I booted up my laptop. Well, yes. Wonder what happens if I go this way. Whoa. Okay. And then this way. Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Oh, I have to go in the menu. Okay, so this is a really dark part of the game where I literally stabbed myself to get out of this place. I prefer not to. And that's how I wake up. It's really dark. But the story here is beautifully told. Oh. What are these? At that time, I saw everything. When you stood here before, did you see it too? Something behind you? 3 days left. Oh. That's ominous. Oh, I woke up. Oh, everything's bright. Good morning. Wardrobe. You have a new message. Hey there, it's Mommy. How are you doing? Are you eating well? I was hoping that I could make it back to see you today, but it's the last day of a big furniture sale, and I just can't resist a good bargain. You can take care of yourself for a few days, right? After all, you're a big boy now. Remember to finish your chores before I get back. I left a list on the table next to your door. Okay, that's it for now. Mommy loves you. Bye, honey. Bzz. Okay. Okay. The steak made my tummy upset, though. You don't feel like doing your chores? Yeah, this is relatable. Again? At least it's daytime. Coming! Don't worry, I'm coming. Hello? Hello, Ned dear, are you there? Do you remember me? It's your old friend, Kel. Oh. It's Kel. So I noticed a for sale sign in front of your house, and I, heard from my mom that you are moving away soon. I was wondering if you wanted to hang out one more time before you go. Or whatever, for old time's sake, you know. What should I do? Let's open the door. I mean, it's Kel, right? Oh. Oh, Kel. Oh. Whoa. You actually came out. Or, I mean, okay. I'm going to be honest with you, Nathir. I really didn't expect you to come out today. So I don't really have a game plan here. Oh, hey, I know. Let's go to Hobbies. It's the hobby shop in the Faraway Plaza. You remember the way, right? We used to go there all the time when we were kids. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go! Oh, yeah, let's save. Oh wait, I'm no longer in the prologue. Cool. Alright, okay. So we're going to Hobbies now. Oh, doggy! Oh, look at the dog. It looks so silly. Hello, doggy. Why are there a bunch of statues there? I'm not gonna question it anymore. Okay, where could it be? Fire hydrant. Okay. Big red stop sign. Okay, this is the park. The future belongs to the dreamers. Okay. Oh. What the fudge are these? Huh? Huh? A large metal cat. You remember it being a lot bigger. Oh. Huh? An artist diligently sketching away. Whoa, that's a cool drawing of the park you have there. Ah! Oh, hi there. Thank you. I'm just practicing. That's what you call practicing, but it looks so real. I bet you could even sell that for money. See? Even Nadia agrees with me. Heck, I'd buy that from you right now. Hey, Nadia, can you lend me 20 bucks? Haha, thanks. That's so nice of you, but it's not for sale. It's for my portfolio. I'm trying to get into art school next year. Aw, darn, that's too bad. That would have looked great on my bedroom wall. You really think so? My name is Mincy. What's yours? I'm Kel, and this is Netir. Hi, Kel and Netir. It's nice to meet both of you. It's nice to meet you too, Mincy. Sigh. Oh, huh? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. You're the first person to say something positive about my drawings. Sometimes when I'm feeling down, it makes me question myself, and it gets hard to move my pencil. No way, I don't believe that at all. I really think your drawing is great. I wouldn't be able to do that in a million years. Don't be hard on yourself, Mincy. Me and Netia believe in you. Sigh. Yeah, you're right. I just gotta shake off these bad feelings. I'll, I'll try to buckle down and finish this now. That's the spirit. See you around, Mincy. You got this. Aw, Kel is so sweet here. Pretty boy. Oh no. Wait, pretty boy. That's a reference to Omocat's comic. So, in Omocat's merchandise, there's actually a comic called Pretty Boy and some other type of other character, and it's about boys' love, basically. I might make it a habit to come to this park more often. I guess sometimes all it takes to relax is to stop and smell the roses. I'm on my way to the church, but it's a ritual of mine to take a quick stroll before delivering my sermons. I've had horrible stage fright ever since I was a child, but a scenic walk always seems to calm my nerves. I wonder why no one thought I was going to come out. Oh. Huff, huff. Drink apple juice. Have you heard the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away? The same concept applies to apple juice. Oh. Okay, it may protect my brain. You got trash. Is the hobo man looking for trash? Hmm. Oh, whoa. It's a little kitty! Oh, what's this kid up to? Huh? Huff, huff. Oh, hey, what's up? Huff. What are you doing here, Cal? Are you from around this part of town? Oh, well, I didn't expect to see you, Jay. Nathia, this is Jay. He's the captain of the football team at my high school. I didn't know you played basketball, too. Eh, huff. I'm just here to kill time. It's more of a hobby than anything. You're trying out for the basketball team this year, right, Cal? Maybe you can teach me some of your tricks. Yeah, definitely. That sounds like fun. But maybe another time. My childhood friend Nethier here is leaving town in the next few days, so we're all hanging out. We're hanging out all day today. I'll definitely catch up with you later, though. Sure, we can set something up next week, same time, same place. Yep, sounds good. See you then. Wow. He's very social. Recycultists. Followers of the Holy Bin. Oh. I see. Interesting. The stench of this man is indescribable. What you making that face for, bub? Is there something on my face? Well, you stink, man. Okay, I got trash. Well, it's not good to litter. A yo-yo and a toy car. Oh, so this is the playground that's in my dreams. Okay, I got trash. Pocket. Important. Smelly and gross. Well, yeah, I don't like the fact that they littered around here. That's pretty nasty. Oh, hello, coffee. Today is such a beautiful day, don't you think? I may not have any money, but at least sunlight is free. That's true. Olive beanie. When I was younger, my family used to go to this park a lot. I remember there being a lake with a statue in the middle, but I can't find it anywhere. A vending machine. Oh. I just made a wish that I would meet my one true love today. Okay. Oh, this is hobby. Wait, space boyfriend. Where are you up there? Come on, Netia, let's go to hobbies first. Okay. Oh, whoa! Well, here we are at hobbies. It's probably been a while since you were here, but it hasn't really changed all that much. It's all the same old stuff. Captain Spaceboy games, sweetheart movies, a few pet rocks. Except now, they're vintage. Actually, since we're here, I should probably buy a gift for Hiro. He's in college right now, but he should be coming back sometime tomorrow. He's studying to be a doctor, so maybe I should buy him some medicine? Oh, no, that's a horrible idea. You should help pick out the gift at the air. Let's look around and see what there is. Chock full of comics. Looking through these comics bring back so many memories. It's just like old times, huh, Nethier? Hiro was never too interested in comics, though. Colorful girl. This place is kind of small, but has a lot of old and rare collectibles. People even come all the way from the city to stop by here. Oh. My favorite novel just got a comic adaptation. But the main character looks nothing like how I imagined him. I feel that. A game called Captain Spaceboy's Space Adventure. It costs $1 to play. Let's get Hero's gift first. We can play later. A bunch of small figurines. I've always been fond of these little guys. Hero would get mad at me for spending my lunch money on them though. Let's not remind him of that. This is perfect. Papa Chips, chip off the old block cookbook. Wow, that's a mouthful. Hero had a copy of this when we were kids, but our dog Hector destroyed it. He's going to be so happy when he sees this. But before that, we need to ask the most important question. How much does it cost? $20? This is extortion. Shoot, I left my wallet at home. Or can you spot me out here? I'll pay you back, I promise. Thanks, friend. I knew I could count on you. You took Hero's gift off the shelf. Hey shopkeep, you'd like to buy this cookbook, please? Kel, how have you been, buddy? It's been a while since you've come around, hasn't it? That's Papa Chip's chip off the old block cookbook. I think you have good taste. Yeah, my brother used to follow his recipes all the time. His cookies were my favorite. It's rare that I see another fan of Papa Chip's work. Let me $20, please. Thank you, kind sirs. Please enjoy. You got Hero's gift. Hehe. Thanks a lot, Aunt dear. I bet Hero would love this. Let's not buy CDs. So, where do you want to go, Aunt dear? I guess there's really not much to do around the suburbs, huh? Oh, how about the Faraway Park? Yeah, the park. We were just there. You passed it by on the way here. That sounds fun, doesn't it? Okay, let's go. Huh? Looks like a bunch of punks. Huh? What's this? Wait, don't go, please. Sorry, dude, I can't help you. You're on your own. Uh-oh, there's some commotion going on over there. Let's check it out. This ain't none of my business. If you got beef with her, then talk to her yourself, you creep. I'm begging you, just ask her to give it back. She won't listen to me. Wait, is that? That's Basil! Leave him alone, you bully. Huh? Who's there? Basil? Oh, it's just Kel. Grumble, grumble. Why don't you mind your own business? Well, why don't you go bother someone else, Kim? Well, aren't you acting all high and mighty? You don't make the rules around here. What's going on over there? Oh dear. Huh? Aubrey? Oh hey, Aubrey. This nerd Cal just showed up and thinks he can boss me around. Let's show him what's what. Cal, what do you want? Stop messing with Basil. How could you? We all used to be friends, don't you remember? Tell her, Nethier. Nethier's here? Well, yeah. Wow, it really is you. It's been a while, but you haven't changed a bit. How long has it been since you left your house? 3 years? Maybe 4? Must have been nice to live in your own little bubble. Watch it, Aubrey. You don't know what he's been through. Whatever. Aubrey, please, listen to me. Basil. Hey, stop that. Leave it alone, Kel. This isn't your problem. What the heck is wrong with you, Aubrey? Ugh, not the error. Come on, we've got to do something. Are you guys really picking a fight? Sure, why not? The 2 of you against me. How's that sound? Come at me. I'll take on the both of you. Oh. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, what the? Is that a knife? Oh. Oh shoot, Aubrey, are you okay? You're hurt. I'm fine. No, you're not. You're bleeding. Come on, we gotta get you out of here. Okay, I'll get you back for this. Oh, wait, that's my steak knife. I forgot to put it back in the kitchen. My bad. mm. Oh, that was about to get really messy. Good thing you had your knife there, or we would have... Wait a sec. Give me that. Cal took away your steak knife. You shouldn't be carrying things around it like this, Nethier. That's dangerous. Sigh. Aubrey's really changed since you last saw her. Her and her new friends have been nothing but trouble. Poor Basil. Let's check if he's okay. Hey, Basil, how are you doing? I'm fine. Thank you. Oh. I don't know if you noticed, but Netier's here too. Say hi, Netier. Oh, hey, Netier. It's been a while, hasn't it? Haha. Woohoo! What a happy reunion. Say, did you want to hang out with us today? Oh, I'm sorry. I'd love to, but I should probably head home. Huh? Really? Are you sure? My grandma hasn't been feeling too well lately. Oh, sorry to hear that. Let us at least walk you home. It's been so long since we've all hung out. Oh, alright then. Thank you. Oh, it really has changed here. Is that a space room? Huh. That's not the way to Basil's house, remember? Not here. It's on the street that's diagonal from ours from the crosswalk. That's not the way to Basil's house. Oh. I'm bad with... Oh, cat. Hi. Oh, it was such a cute cat. Oh. It's diagonal from ours? Diagonal from ours from the crosswalk. I'm trying to figure it out, man, Kel. Where's... Sorry, I'm trying to literally figure out my own house. Oh. Oh. That's Basil's house. It's that one with the green roof. Thanks for walking me home. No problemo. If you ever need anything from me, just ask, okay? We'll catch you later, Basil. Oh, okay. Wait, please don't go! I mean, I'm so sorry. I actually have a favor to ask. Anything, Basil. What do you need? Well, you see, something important was taken from me. When we used to be friends. Do you remember how I used to take pictures of everyone? Of course I remember. Those photos meant everything to you. Right. Well, Aubrey. She took my photo album and... Aubrey stole your photo album? Well, she won't give it back. What a scumbag. Don't you worry about a thing, Basil. Me and Nethier got you covered. Okay. Thank you. By the way, about what you said before. We're still friends. I want you to know that, okay? Okay. Well, I'll see you later. Oh, Basil. Come on, that dear. There's no time to lose. We got a photo album to find. Let's check Faraway Park for clues. Also, what's this? Fertilizer. PU. Oh, who's a yo-yo? Hmm. Interesting. There's some interesting houses here. This one's kind of concerning, though. Oh, a pinwheel. Okay. I always make sure to stop so that a car won't, you know. What the? Why is it shaking? Looks like Aubrey isn't here. Oh wait, I know you. Your name's Charlie, right? I see you hanging around Aubrey sometimes. You know where she is? You know, Charlie, I can tell you're not really the mean type of person. Aubrey took something important from Basil and we need to get it back. Is there any way you can help us? Oh. What and where now? What'd you do that for? Ah, if it isn't Kel and that weird knife guy. We're the adversaries for the great and mighty angel. Finally, it is time for you to meet your doom? Angel, we don't have time for this. We just want to find Aubrey. Do you know where she is? You seek Aubrey, do you? Interesting. I will tell you what I know, but first you must best me in battle. Battle? But I don't want to punch a kid. You won't be able to lay a finger on me. Come on, let's sick him, Charlie. Charlie? Aww. You would make a worthy rival for my master. Oh. Sniff, you'll pay for this. How could this be? My training was all for nothing. Oh, my head hurts. You're the one who started it. You bully. Sigh. Okay, Angel, it's time to be serious then. We beat you and Charlie, so tell us where Aubrey is. A promise is a promise, I suppose. I will honor my word and tell you what I know. The truth is, Aubrey is somewhere in faraway town. Probably. Dang it, Angel! You better not be messing around or else. I told you I'd tell you what I know, and the truth is, I don't know anything. Angel, you better tell us where she is now, or else I'll tell everyone about that time you wet your bed at summer camp. Huh? Whoa, you can't do that. Anyways, I really don't know. Maybe you can ask my master, the Maverick. He's the keeper of all knowledge. He told me that himself. The the Maverick? Oh no. You mean that weird kid, Mikhail? Oh no. Don't you dare call him by that name. He would take great offense to that. I I see. So it is him. Where can I find the Maverick? I'll tell you what I know, but you have to fight me for, or I can tell everyone about the time you. Okay, fine, I'll talk. Master went to the fountain at the Faraway Plaza. He said he was going to meet some girls there for a date or something. Ugh, disgusting. Come on, Nadia, let's go to Faraway Plaza. I think we're done here. Sounds good. I can't help but keep playing. It's actually really good. Oh, a coin. Nice. What the? Who keeps throwing away trash here? Orange guy. Drink orange juice. Oh. How do I get HP? That hair flip. Let's see. Let's see. My mom and I are here buying healthy stuff at the other mart because she threw away all the snacks in our house yesterday. I think she's been on a health craze since my dad's been only eating junk food lately. Why can't we do both? That's a good compromise. My husband keeps eating junk food. I need to make sure he has a healthy meal. That's totally valid. To Other Mart Pharmacy. Actually, yeah, let's go to the pharmacy. Consultation fee. Medication fee. At least they have bandages now. Is there nothing I can do? Okay, once I find a way to save, then we should be good. Oh, but boba is my favorite. Tamales? Ooh. I do like tamales. Cool, we got everything we need. Guitar, guys. Okay. Okay, water. Ugh. Then Maverick. And then I told him, it's not Maverick, it's Maverick. Oh, the Maverick. You're so funny. Oh, what an amazing story. The Maverick. Girls, please. That's enough. Oh, this guy's cringy. Yeah, there's enough of me to go around. Mikhail, what are you doing? If it isn't Kel, my arch nemesis, finally here to admit defeat, are you? I don't have time for this, Mikhail. We're looking for Aubrey. Have you seen her around? So stop calling me that. I cast away that name a long time ago. Mikhail, do you know where she is or not? Again with that godforsaken name. How dare you make a fool out of me? I, the Maverick, will not stand for this. Prepare to face your doom. Watch this, ladies. I'll wipe the floor with this loser. Please, Mikhail, don't do this to yourself. I'm going to ask one more time. Fight me, you wad. Don't be a chicken. Sigh. Are we really going to do this? Okay, then. Come on, Nadia. Let's take him down. Oh, Kel, you pitiful fool. You don't stand a chance against a maverick. Even he annoys me. Ooh, 52 damage. Not bad, but this fight's just getting started. I suspected of my miracle, but I must tell you, while you were fooling around and playing sports, I was honing my techniques just for this moment. You'll never reach my level of skill. You're going down, Kel. Bandage. Ah, is that all you got? I've only been using 10% of my power. Behold, my final form. Let's guard. Toy, bandage. Ooh, there we go. I bet you're regretting your decision now. I'm just way too cool for you. You're nothing but a loser. Man, this punk. It's only a matter of time before you tire yourselves out. My victory is imminent. I'll admit, I'm impressed, but you're still light years away from defeating me. Why is he like this? Jeez. Ooh. No, this is impossible. Improbable. Absolutely inconceivable. Ooh, 12 damage. Please. No, I won't let it end like this. Oh, okay. No. It can't be over for me. Lend me your strength. Ew, what is with this guy? He's so lame. It isn't worth $10. Let's get out of here. Ladies, please come back. I have more money. Oh my gosh. Sigh. He dropped his wig. Mikhail, there is no one here by that name. Please, I'll never ask you for anything again in my life. Just tell us where Aubrey is and we'll go. Okay, fine. I do happen to know where she is, and I'll tell you, on one condition. You must call me by my true name, the Mav. Okay, oh, forget it. Let's just go find Kim. She probably knows where Aubrey is. Her and Vance are major sugarheads, so I have a hunch that they're probably somewhere near Candy. Wow, that boy with the blonde wig is so cool. I wish I had his confidence. I think a lot of people want his confidence, but not his personality. I don't want his personality. So, somewhere with Candy. Nice, very cold. Vending machine. This is it. Ooh. I mean, I do like candy myself. Knowing Kim and Vance, they're somewhere around here. Oh, hey, there she is. Hurry, Vance, let's shove it all in our pockets before someone sees us. Hey, Kim, have you seen Aubrey anywhere? Shoot, it's that nerd Cal. Come on, Vance, we gotta go. Well, hold on there. I don't think you paid for those. Get out of the way, nerd. You don't know me. Hey, hold on. I'm not here to snitch. You just need to find Aubrey. You know where she is. Huh? Aubrey? I don't know anything about that. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Sigh. I've had enough of this for today. Kim, let's make a deal. You tell me where Aubrey is, and I won't turn you in for stealing all that candy. I thought you said you weren't a snitch. And I don't need to be if you just tell me where Aubrey is. You two again? I thought I told you to never come back in here, smiley smiley. Uh-oh. Hand over the stolen candy. Don't make me call the cops on you kids, smiley smiley. Why is she saying smiley smiley? We've been busted. Fine, here's your stupid candy. Oh my gosh. Come on, Vance, let's get out of this dump. Oh my gosh. Haha, serves you right. Right. How will we find out where Aubrey is now? Sorry, come on, Nethia, let's follow them. Hi, it's me, the happy and cheery Miss Candace. What would you like today? Well, please come again, or else. She freaks me out. Hold up one second, Nethia. I think I have an idea. Sorry for the hold up. Let's go catch up to Kim and Vance. Oh, is he gonna give candy to them? Grumble, grumble. Sorry, Vance. No candy today. No, not again. I don't know how much longer I can last. We're going to die. Sigh, let's just go home. We're going to be late for dinner. Wait, Kim, I have something for you. You again, Kel? What the heck do you want, you bully? Tell us where Aubrey is, and I will give you this whole big bag of candy. Really? The whole bag? I mean, wait. You can't buy us off with candy. What do you take us for? I don't know, Kim. We haven't had candy for an entire week, and there's a whole bag right in front of us. You don't even have to pay for it. Can you at least ask if he has any taffy in there? Stop it, Vance. We have to stay strong. When we go to Dad's house, we'll be able to have all the candy we want. Okay, I'll do it for you, sis. Kim. Vance, I'm waiting. Heh, like we'd accept candy from a bunch of nerds. Aw man, really? I was sure that would work. This is a waste of time. Let's get out of here. Wait. Please, Kim, you're the only lead we've got. Please take the big bag of candy. We even have taffy in here. Did someone say taffy? I see. That changes everything. Fine. You really want to know that badly, huh? Let's settle this with our fists. If you win, I'll tell you where Aubrey is. But if we win, you give us that bag of taffy and never talk to us ever again. Wait a second. There's no need to fight. If you just tell me where she is, I'll give you this whole bag. But I want to fight. Come on, put him up. You want to fight? So, what's this with you guys and fighting? Well, I guess we have no choice. Come on, Ethia, you know the drill. Oh. I'll show you that size is everything. I'm not about to lose to nerds like you. Bandage. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Why do they just keep attacking Kel? Jeez. These bullies. Your face annoys me. Well, good. Oh, jeez. There we go. Grump, grump. You're still nerds. Okay, I should be able to do it. But when is the game gonna let me save? Ouch, that hurts. Ooh, not the juice. I can't lose my juice. Ooh, there we go. 32 damage. Dang, all I wanted was some taffy. Crump, 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 crump. I can't believe we lost. We can never let Aubrey know about this. Come on, Kim. We gotta go home. It's almost time for dinner, and Mom's gonna be really mad if we're late. Shoot, let's get out of here. Wait, where do you think you're going? If you want, so you need to tell us where Aubrey is. Oh, yeah, that's right. Aubrey's at the church. The one near her house. Huh? Aubrey's at church? Hey, don't look at me. You're the one who wanted to know. Also, if she asks who told you, tell her it wasn't me. Say it was Mikhail or something. Come on, Kim. We gotta scoot. You know how Mom gets when we're late. Yeah, I hear ya. Let's go. Smell you later, nerds. Jeez, what bullies. Honest, they took the big pack of candy while I wasn't looking. Those two have got some sticky fingers. Oh well, at least we know where Aubrey is now. Or at least I think we do. I can't really imagine Aubrey at church, but I'll believe it when I see it. Also, where can I save? Also, let me save before I head to Aubrey. Alright, so I'm gonna save right here. And then, yep, we played for 5 hours, everybody. But for now, let me change. Let me exit out of this game. Let's see, let us go to the just chatting. Alright, so I'll be heading off. Thank you everybody who came by. It was really awesome to play Omori with everybody here. And like, wow, I have 149 followers now, and that's crazy. I just debuted on January 1st, and like, I feel like I've progressed so much as a VTuber here, so thank you everybody for supporting me. And today is a really special day because today is when I actually reach affiliate. Right when I end this stream, actually, so yeah. Anyways, my little review of Omori. It's a really great game if you love RPG Maker games but want a little bit of a different experience with mechanics, because this game, it is psychological horror, but I haven't faced the super horrifying aspects of it yet. So, highly recommend it if you like really unique mechanics and turn-based strategy, and something with a really immersive story. I highly recommend it for those kind of things. But the mechanics take a while to learn. There was not really like a super immersive tutorial besides Hero. And to be honest, you don't really get too much practice with the type matches. So it was a little bit iffy there. So that's why I rate it more out of 7 out of 10 at this current moment. But it's probably a 10 out of 10 once I complete the whole game, to be honest. Alright, so let us select a raid. And feel free to tell me what you think about Omori on Twitter. So you can follow me at Nethier_UX on Twitter and just let me know what you think of Omori. Alright, let's choose someone to raid. Oh, and before I forget, let me thank the people that have decided to follow me. So, LunarSec2021, thank you for following me. ShimaPan2, thank you for following me as well. And for the people who rated me, Gold Carasius, Yumeji-chan, Jatazoshin, and Nico the Necromancer. I can't believe I had like 4 raiders. That's amazing, honestly. I'm so lucky and fortunate that all of you are here with me. Well, until then, see you later, netizens. We shall be raiding. Uh, let's raid Leaflet. Good night, everybody.
And now we just all died. We just died because the entire team respawned while we were attacking this AFK guy in the fountain, this AFK tank in the fountain, and I'm not too happy about it.
Are you gonna? Oh, sorry. Alerts for
Go
muted. Oh, thank you so. Oh, sorry, guys. I had alerts muted still. I totally forgot. Another Yex. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh my god. Thank you, LVO, for telling me that. Thank you. Thank you for the raid, another UX, and thank you for the resub, Obsidian State. Thanks for the private. Thanks for making me your one and only of the month. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I fucked up, Tiger. I had my notifications off still on mute.
Oh
So
no.
I mute them for D&D because that way it's not like
Yeah,
going off all the time.
distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah.
Sorry. I gotta play with me, Tiger, but what if I suck? I'm not good at Smite. Are we still gonna play?
You're good at League though, right?
Not anymore. I used to be really good.
Oh, wow. Life flip. It's like riding a bike. You never forget.
Dude, I used to be a top league player. It feels fucking bad, dude.
Oh, then you'll be at least a little good. You know?
I hope
Even
so.
even ex-Smite players are still like a little okay at it. You know what I mean?
I hope so. So
I mean, you have basic MOBA knowledge, right? You have basic
yeah,
MOBA
a little
knowledge.
bit, yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need, Leaflet.
So anyway, so basically, I'm rolling, right, and my mom like rolls, and she shows me this roll. She rolls 3 SSRs and gets 2 of the characters in the banner. There's 4 in the banner, so my mom has 3 of the characters in the banner, right? And then I basically said, I said, man, whatever. So I just keep rolling, and eventually I ended up getting 2 of the characters, right? So I ended up getting 2 characters. I ended up sparking the other, which is like I end up just using like rolling so much that they give it to me. And then
like the pity roll thing.
The pity thing, yeah. So I pity out, and I was like, well, at least my mom doesn't have this character, right? And then my mom just taps me on the shoulder with this biggest, smuggest like look on her face, and she like